Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Vasilia Orfanu, CMO of Gaia-X. Thank you very much to our attendees, speakers, and organizers for putting together this event. The first of its series, Tourism Data event. We can begin in a few. We can give a couple of minutes still for everyone to get comfortable. We do have some physical attendees in Brussels as well, so we do thank them for their attendance and for coming to our offices. Without further ado, I would like to give the floor to our CEO, Francesco Bonfiglio. Francesco, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vasilia. I hope everybody is rushing to join this great event. And let me just spend a few words for this important day. And I will be only for the first 15 minutes because I am attending another great event, which is talking about another important data space, which is finance. But I wanted to give you my perspective and vision about what we're talking today. Let me give you some numbers. 300 millions in Spain, 220 millions in Italy, 136 in France, 120 millions in Greece. These are the million nights spent in the last year by non-resident and gives you a figure of the business value of tourism. Now, these people not only sleep, but they travel, they go to restaurants, they visit museums, they have fun, they get sick with their families, they communicate with their loved ones. They produce and consume tons of billions of data. Now, these data are most of the time neglected by the most of the business enterprises, or they are unknown or untapped. These data provide a unique way to profile behaviors, expectations, likes and dislikes, without knowing which we can only hope these people will have a good experience. So anticipating those needs and expectations, ensuring these expectations of tourists are satisfied through available and easy to search services is paramount to transform this business from a naturally grown and sustained by the attractiveness of the natural beauties of a country into a real scalable industrial model. So the interconnection of these joint ecosystems like transportation, agri-food, healthcare, public services, financial services, just to name a few, and tourism is a necessary element to build such a new value chain. This transformation of tourism from a one-time off experience into a seamless experience connected through our normal life is an expectation from us all and from the citizens of Europe. And last but not least, the environment awareness and sustainability are emerging needs and value perceived by the customers as an added value driving their decisions and choices for vacation. So the value of touristic services is, like in any other sector, becoming more and more driven by data, and by data that cannot be owned by any individual contributor in the touristic value chain, hotel, restaurants, trains, flights, but only by the interconnection of all of these actors in order to exchange data and exchange information, most importantly, and through this reciprocal exchange, get a value and produce this seamless experience and increase the return for each participant in the ecosystem. Today, we want to talk about how and why to build a tourism data space in Europe, and what are the implications. Today, we are promoting this event from Gaia-X, an association that, like no one else in Europe, but not only, is concretely promoting the creation of common data spaces by developing the rules and the technologies that will eventually provide for the necessary trust, interoperability, and controllability of the technology needed to exchange data and to remain in control of the underlying data infrastructures managing those data. Gaia-X understands we need more. Regulations per se cannot solve the problem. Technology per se cannot drive this change. Users of technologies can only demand for something new that doesn't exist yet in the market and is needed to make this move. We at Gaia-X are grouping together all these actors and developing together a new generation of middleware that will enable transparency, controllability, and interoperability of services and infrastructures. We need real, concrete data space projects in the market to make this happen. And we need these projects to be meaningful for the market and the citizens of Europe. In 2018, 1/10 of European enterprises in the non-financial business economy belong to the tourism industries. These 2.3 million enterprises employed more than 12 million people. Enterprises in tourism account for 9.5% of the persons employed in the old non-financial business economy and 22.4% of persons employed in the service sector. So this multi-billion euro market is one of the most impactful area we can think about if we decide to invest to create into a common European data space and creating a tangible effect on our economy, on our society, and on our citizens. So this is real value, this is valuable data, and this is a unique ecosystem everybody in the world envy us in Europe. So let's put our minds together today and find some great ideas. Let's do amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francesco. I would like to bring to the floor the teaser of Carme Artigas Brugal, National Ministry of Economic Affairs and Digital Transformation, Secretary for State and Digitalization in AI. She was not able to be with us today, but she has a very nice recording for all of us. If I can ask my team to put the video recording up.
Welcome everybody to the first Tourism Data Space event organized jointly between Gaia-X Europe and the Spanish hub of Gaia-X. Finally, we're giving tourism the importance it deserves also in the data economy. At EU level, the tourism sector directly contributes to almost 4% of the GDP, with more than 2.3 million businesses, majority of which are SMEs. But for Spain and for some other EU countries, this sector represents 12% of its GDP, generating 2.72 million jobs. The 2020 European Tourism Convention already highlighted the importance of digital transformation with a particular focus on data and innovation as one of the key enablers to ensure a smooth recovery after the pandemic. The tourism data space is a practical and clear example that something can be done to make tourism smarter, building more personalized offers for tourists and better and more efficient management of resources. In Spain, we are fully committed in implementing this data space, and for that we are taking concrete steps forward. And we want to lead this at the European level, calling before the end of the year for an EU-wide online workshop on the data space for tourism. However, any data space must be built on the basic principles of data sovereignty, security, privacy, and interoperability. Principles that as a community we are all embracing. The fact is that data sovereignty is the key catalyst of a truly digital sovereignty. Individuals and companies should be able to decide to whom they make available the data they produce and under what conditions, and if they want to store it on European soil. Gaia-X Europe plays a fundamental role in the deployment of common European data spaces and a sovereign data sharing architecture. Spain stands behind this initiative by creating its national hub and becoming the chair of its governmental advisory board. The Spanish Gaia-X Hub was registered last March as a non-profit association that already counts on the interest of 170 organizations, both public and private, and with more than 400 entities interested in following the news of the data economy ecosystem of Spain. With the Spanish Gaia-X Hub, we're building a truly representative ecosystem that takes into account all regional initiatives and links the Spanish data economy to our counterparts in the EU. The Spanish Gaia-X Hub is particularly tasked with deploying the first operational tourism data space in coordination with the Chief Data Officer of the Government of Spain. The Working Group on Tourism has already had its first workshop, and it's now producing a report with a status of the tourism data space that I hope it can be published before the summer. Let's not forget that we need data spaces in place in all sectors. We cannot miss the chance to benefit from the 175 zettabytes of data that will be created in 2025 and take them to work for a more efficient economy and a better society. Gaia-X Spain and Europe are a definitive opportunity to read the signs of the times and position Spain and Europe as a global power in smart tourism. I really hope that today's event gives us all the opportunity to share our vision and practices in this area so that we can keep moving forward on the digitalization of a key sector with data in the center of the process. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank very much Carmen Artigues, and I would like to bring to the floor our next esteemed speaker from the European Commission, DG Connect, to align us with the tourism data ecosystem to accelerate the economy. With us, we have the Director for Data from DG Connect, Mr. Ivo Volman. Ivo, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for being here with us.
Yeah, and many thanks, Vasilia, and good morning to everyone. And well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to address you today on this very important topic, the creation of a data space for tourism. Now, we heard it before, the stakes are really high from an economic point of view. Also, this is an area where Europe is really strong. Now, pre-pandemic, the travel and tourism sector directly contributed to the EU GDP by 4%. It accounted for 5.1% of the total labor force. That's around 11.9 million jobs. And for some countries, actually, the stakes are even higher. More than half of the enterprises in the tourism industries are located in Italy, France, Spain, and Germany. That was in 2019. Now, obviously, tourism has been hit by the pandemic, but it's strongly bouncing back now, and things are getting back to normal. Now, digital and data have the potential to enormously strengthen the tourism ecosystem and to be a real motor of new developments in this area. Allow me to first zoom out for a moment and give you a bit the broader picture of the Commission's ambition in relation to the digital transformation, how data fits within that ambition. In February 2021, the Commission published its Digital Decade Vision. That's about Europe's digital transformation by 2030. And of course, the overall objective is to strengthen our own technical capabilities and to empower people and businesses across all sectors to embrace the digital transformation. Now, this obviously also includes the tourism sector, which is a key sector in the EU economy. The digital decade, it also sets a number of targets for Europe for 2030. And they are directly and indirectly very relevant for the tourism sector. For example, there should be gigabit connectivity for everyone and 5G everywhere in Europe in 2030. Now, why is that relevant? For tourism, it means that through this connectivity, travelers will be able to access much more immersive content in relation to places they want to discover or where they want to visit or where they want to stay. Now, think of the potential of things like extended reality in this context. Walking through Pompeii and seeing Pompeii as it was just before the eruption. Wow, that would be quite something. Now, another target is that 75% of the enterprises should have taken up technologies by 2030, such as clouds, big data, and artificial intelligence. Now, also that's really important for the tourism industry. It really means equipping the companies in the sector with the capacity to deliver more digital services and to make use of the technologies that will be further developed in the coming years. Then another target is about skills. It's about the 20 million ICT specialists, but also about having at least 80% of the population with basic digital skills. We're far from that at the moment. And that would mean that even more people will use online services, will use all the services that the tourism sector could offer based on data. Now that brings me to the data. Obviously, within the digital decade, data has an important role. In general, data will help us to live longer and healthier lives through personalized medicine. It will help us to be more energy efficient, but it's of course also massively important from an economic point of view. Data is going to be at the basis of several waves of innovation that we will see in the coming decades. Now, this is a driver for the recovery of the economic activity in Europe following the crisis. A better use of data also has the potential to have a massive influence on tourism. The speakers before me have pointed that out already. Now, the tourism ecosystem is relatively broad. It brings together citizens from various parts of Europe as consumers, but also different types of service providers, rail, air, sea passengers, accommodation providers, restaurants, car leases, tour operators, you name it. And data is a key ingredient to make this whole ecosystem more efficient and appealing. It's also an ecosystem with a high ratio of SMEs. The EU's tourism industry, in the strict sense of the term, traditional providers of holidays and tourism services, has 2.3 million businesses, and SMEs constitute over 90% of Europe's tourism enterprises. Now, this is also a sector that is highly interconnected with other sectors. For example, the entertainment industry, cultural heritage, the movement of people, media, and many other fields of activity. And data sharing between public and private actors and across the different sectors can really contribute to establish innovative tourism services that also contribute to sustainability. We've heard it before. And also think about the potential of the cultural heritage sector for tourism. Digitized monuments, again, in the context of what will come with extended reality. Now, last but not least, data is also essential for managing tourism flows based on real-time data, so crowd management at attractions, or matching more effectively tourism demand and supply to avoid or mitigate over-tourism. Now, that's why the European data strategy is so relevant for the sector. And just a few words about this strategy. We published the European data strategy in February 2020, and the aim is to create a real single market for data and to give Europe the strong position in the data economy that it needs. Now, it's built around a vision that is organized around 4 principles. First of all, we would like data to be able to flow between sectors and between member states. Second, there should be ample of data available for use and reuse. Third, data use should be done in full respect of European values and European rules, including the data protection rules. And last but not least, we need clear rules about who can access and use what data. Now, we need to make sure through this strategy that data is actually used and reused, and that will create added value. And on the one hand, we want to ensure that European companies in the sectors, including tourism, can benefit from the value of data, but we also want to give individuals and companies more control over the data they generate. And we have got a plan for that, the data strategy, and we're implementing that. It combines legislation with funding, and also one important pillar is the development of common European data spaces. A few words on the legislation. Well, the Data Governance Act has been recently adopted, published in the official journal. That's about trust in data sharing, trust in voluntary data sharing. And now we've put on the table in February a proposal for a Data Act, and that is about fairness in the data economy. It's about clarifying who can use what data under which circumstances, and actually who amongst the stakeholders are going to get the value of the data. Actually, everyone would like to have the whole value, but no one will get any value if we don't manage to find a fair distribution key. Also, refining our open data policy as part of the strategy. There, we are opening up a range of government data sets that have been paid for by the taxpayer already, so they should be available to be used by companies, by everyone, in the areas of meteorological data, statistics, environmental data that can all have a very high value for the tourism sector. Now, together, these legislative measures should give a boost to the data resources available to SMEs. But this is not all. We cannot just do legislation, as we heard the first speaker say. Another important part of the data strategy is this creation of common European data spaces. Now, why data spaces? Why not just a single European data space? Because we realized when writing the data strategy that, well, all sectors have a lot in common in terms of data and data use, but there are also big differences. Think about the difference between health data and manufacturing data in terms of being personal data or non-personal data, in terms of the governance, the involvement of government organizations, more in the health sector, or being driven by industry, that's more the manufacturing data. Now, to ensure that data will flow seamlessly within specific sectors, but also across sectors, the Commission is supporting the common European data spaces in strategic sectors, in areas such as health, industry, manufacturing, agriculture, mobility, media, finance, and of course, tourism. And this list is not exhaustive. So what is a data space? Well, a data space is essentially the combination of data infrastructures together with governance mechanisms, arrangements on who can use what data under which conditions. And of course, when you work with data spaces, there is a risk. There is a risk that you create new silos because you work on the basis of sectors. And we see that risk, and therefore we will have a support center in place that is going to serve and connect all the different data spaces. It's also going to coordinate the efforts around common standards and interoperability across sectors. So we have to look beyond the individual data spaces, that's important, but we also have to go full force in creating the data spaces. Now, this brings me to the Common European Data Space on tourism. And well, it's considered as essential by almost all the players in the ecosystem. There was an online stakeholder consultation, and actually 100% of the stakeholders thought that this is an important activity. Now, we are launching activities to support the data space for tourism through the Digital Europe program, and we are supporting this development. We are going to, we're going to proceed in two steps. First, there will be a preparatory action that has been launched actually to do the groundwork for a fully fledged data space in future. So the objective is to launch an analysis of the ecosystem, to bring together all the relevant players and to jointly identify the infrastructures needed to make a data space for tourism really work at EU level. Now, in a second step, based on the work that is done in this preparatory phase, we are going to help and finance building and deploying the data space, bringing together all the players who want to work on this and who want to share their data. Now, of course, there will be this possibility to use data infrastructures and tools that will be developed for and put at the disposal of all the different data space, in particular smart middleware. Now, this is why this event is so timely. Your insights are going to help us to shape the future data space for tourism. And actually, it's not our data space. I formulated that wrongly. It's your data space. So we need the different actors in the sector to come together. We need the actors from different countries to come together and to make this tourism data space happen. Now, I think that this event is an important milestone, and it can contribute really in shaping the future of European tourism. by building on this enormous potential that's brought about by the data revolution. Now, I wish you a lot of courage in this endeavor and also inspiration to really turn this idea into reality. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you very much, Ivo, for being here with us. I know that you have a very busy schedule. Thanking also DigiConnect for equally being here with us. Our regards to the DigiConnect colleagues. I would like to go ahead with Natalia's recording, a very nice recording from Natalia, the Director of Innovation, Education and Investments from the UN World Tourism Organization. If Christophe can put the recording up, thank you very much.
Hi everyone, it's my pleasure to be here today with you. Today I have the honor to talk about the challenges that tourism is facing thanks to this pandemic. I have to say that the challenges of the tourism sector are the same before and after the pandemic. The thing is that COVID-19 has accelerated these challenges. I would start by saying that the 5 challenges that the tourism sector has are: first of all, innovation; second of all, education; third of all, investments; fourth of all, added value jobs; and fifth, or last but not least, sustainability. When we are talking about innovation, the main focus of our job is improving the tourism innovation ecosystem. I have to say that thanks to this journey, we need to improve the connection between governments, startups, investors, academia, of course, institutions, and the national governments. Today, I have to say that those connections have been improving the way we are innovating. Nonetheless, we need more pilot projects between startups and corporates. We need a more serious supply chain between providers and corporates that are buyers of those technologies that the startups develop. We need a more interesting venture capital culture. Just some facts and figures. The last year, $22 billion were invested in tourism startups. That's amazing because besides the pandemic, venture capital was increasing. Nonetheless, those entrepreneurs and those startups that received investment, 80% of them were based in the US and China, that are the more mature innovation ecosystem. So my question here is, what is happening with the other countries? What is happening with the tourism innovation ecosystem? We need to improve more in order to bring those capitals to emerging markets as Latin America, Asia Pacific, and African countries. That's why our role through startup competitions, challenges, innovation forums that are the UNWTO Tourism Tech Adventure Forums are part of the key strategies in order to foster a more mature tourism innovation ecosystem. Another fact, I don't know if you know, but from the 100% unicorns that are enterprises that are valued on more than $1 billion, only 5% are from the tourism sector. We need to help the internationalization process of the entrepreneurs. We need to connect them with investors, with corporates, with governments, etc. Second great challenge that we have, education. I don't know, once again, if you know, but this is really important. Tourism is the top employer of women and youth. Nonetheless, 50% of the young, talented minds working in tourism only have secondary skills. If we want to develop a high-level economic sector, we need to improve education. And digital education is here to stay. Thanks to digital education, we can scale up the way people are educated. Our aim this year is to have at least 30,000 new students in our UNWTO Tourism Online Academy. And how can we do this? Of course, developing partnerships with top universities. It doesn't matter if they are focused on managerial or vocational skills, but we need to improve the way people get a certificate in order to have a formal career and a formal professional path in the tourism sector. And of course, if I'm talking about innovation, that is the sector for youth, if I am talking about tourism, that is the sector of youth, of course, innovation and education has to be aligned if we want the third challenge, that is added value jobs. As I already said, 100 million jobs are under risk thanks to this pandemic. But of course, if we don't have people with a professional certificate, if we don't get the tools to help them to access, how we can preserve those jobs. So that's why inside our public policies from national governments, in our commercial strategies from the corporates, from the big hotel chains, from the big airlines, from the SMEs, in every single company that is working in tourism, every single company needs to have an innovative mindset, but of course, a strategy to train their employers to be better and to develop what always the people that work in education says, to be a lifelong learner. It means to study, to learn, to relearn, to unlearn, but we need to help people to gain new skills, skills on technology, skills on big data, skills on how to measure and how to deal with artificial intelligence. But on the other side, to deal with humanities, because this is the more human economic sector. So of course, we need a hybrid model between bringing leaders full of commitment, of communication skills, on political skills, but on the other side, we need hard skills as well. And that combination will help us to create a high-level economic sector. Fourth of all, of course, we need investments, but not any kind of investments, green investments. Why green investments? As you have seen, tourism decreased by 75% during 2020. I have another fact. Foreign direct investment decreased 75% as well. So if we want investors back, of course, we need economic incentives, tax incentives, and everything related to political and legal stability with, of course, a very serious framework. But our aim in the UNWTO is to promote green investments, to promote that investors bring their capital to create sustainable cities, more modern cities, but of course inclusive cities, inclusive destinations, inclusive amusement parks that are full of commitment with the environment, with technology, with the human beings, and of course that thanks to their investments we can create added value jobs focused on the power of tourism. That's why we have been partnering with the International Development Bank, with the IFC, and with other international financial institutions, because we know that together, through a legal framework, through a political stability, and of course, with a multilateral message on what we know that will recover the sector again, we will have a very powerful message, and we can help investors to develop a tourism investment culture thanks to this framework. And last but not least, of course, sustainability. Most of the people think that being sustainable is about working with the environment and for the environment. And to be honest, being sustainable is not only talking about the environment, it's about at least working with communities, working with the most vulnerable people, working for inclusion, using technology for good, and of course, to take care about the environment. So, of course, after this pandemic, I have learned, and I know that you all have learned about how sustainability needs to be part of our lives. So, if we develop a more sustainable framework where innovators bring solutions for a more sustainable development, if we bring green investments, if we create curricula inside the institutions in order to promote sustainability, and last but not least, if we add value through our jobs in order to take care and to give back to the community, thanks to the tourism sector, we are using the sector to become from important to relevant. I know that today you will have a lot of conferences, but I would like to end with this final message, that is, the responsibility of recovering the tourism sector is from all the tourism ecosystem. Is not only the responsibility of the UN, WTO, is not only the responsibility of the governments, it's not only the responsibility of the private sector. We all need to recover the tourism sector. To recover the tourism sector, responsibility is part of our job, and educating people, improving innovation, working on added value jobs, and developing a more modern, sustainable, and innovative tourism will help us to recover this sector again and to lead by example by using resilience and by using this high-level network, that is the human network, in order to improve the way people live, the way people travel, and the way people are educated. Thank you so much and enjoy the journey.
Thank you very much, Natalia, for the time to put together this recording for our presentations and the rest of the speakers and aligning with the specific event. I would like to move ahead with an overview of the Gaia-X tourism data space landscape in Europe, a keynote presentation by the European Regional Practice for Competitive and Sustainable Tourism. Christina, are you here with us? Christina Nunes, Senior Analyst. Yep, there she goes. Hi, Christina. Good to have you with us.
Yes, thank you very much for having us today.
Thank you.
And thanks for the good presentations delivered so far for us. It's a pleasure to join you. I'm here with my colleague Anna Monice, who is a senior data analyst, member of the Tourism of Tomorrow Lab team, which is part of our organization that I'm glad to represent in this discussion today, which is the Next Tour. We are the network of regions for sustainable and competitive tourism, and we have been partnering with some of the distinguished stakeholders that are present with us today. So if you agree, we're going to share our presentation. We're going to split. I would like to give you a bit of context on why we believe we can, how we believe we can contribute. We can partner with Gaia-X, but also broadly in building, adapting data for decision-making purposes at destination level, and how we see the connections with the so-called European data space that we're all aware about. It's being shaped. It's going to become a reality, but it starts with a long journey. So if we could go through the slides, please. Just to give you a quick overview on who we are and who we are not, just to make clear who is your interlocutor here. We're leading tourism regions in Europe, so we gather the tourism department within the regional governments, and this happens for 40 regions around Europe. So we are the policy makers, but also experienced marketeers, because we integrate also the DMOs meaning destination marketing management organizations. And we have been engaged in delivering a more sustainable tourism model for the past 15 years. And I think I can very humbly say that we are not there yet. So we are not the experts in cohesion policy. We are not private operators. We are not the ones managing the European Regional Development Fund, but we are determined to collaborate, because we really see a need to integrate the tourism ecosystem needs in terms of innovation, in terms of accelerating digitalization, in terms of building intelligent systems for our destinations to better manage what our tourism ecosystem requires. And for that is where we need data, a combination of official statistics with big data, with real-time data. This all requires skills. We had an excellent keynote speech before I read, so I don't need to explain it further. But if we go through the next slides, I would just like to also share that we see very much a cooperation with Gaia-X in the field of building this European data space for tourism in a way that we can build this new narrative where we have new figures that make possible that we deliver what it says in the European tourism transition pathway, so that we build tourism strategies based on data. This has to be the tool for us to decide, for us to build business intelligence, and we need to be able to deliver that in partnership with our sector, with our businesses, which are suffering from the crisis, but we are still in recovery mode, but we know that they won't be competitive, our destinations won't be competitive anymore if we are not able to switch into this new model. Maybe we could go to the next slide. This is just a bit of publicity, but it's in our website, so we could go through it. But this is just to see where you can find our partners around Europe. So here, this is a bit about our values. So statistics and measurability is one of the drivers of our interregional cooperation strategy. And here is what we want to change, basically, is that we still see that our policymakers are measuring tourism in terms of numbers of visitors, numbers of overnights. That's okay. What about changing this as a tool to identify, okay, how we're going to manage the carrying capacity of those visitors in our place? How are we going to compensate the carbon emissions? Do we know the carbon emissions that we're going to produce? Do we know about the impacts and the pressure that this is going to have in our place, in our people? These are the kind of new figures. How many jobs, how much this is going to bring benefit to our local communities? Is this going to extend or improve the working conditions? All these pack of new messages, of new narrative, if we challenge ourselves to have these kind of messages that supported by sound figures, that is where we can make this change in terms of the policy making at territorial level, and we can trigger others to follow up. In the next slide, please. I would like to quickly give you an overview on where we're coming from. Basically, we were participating in the so-called European Tourism Indicator System that most of you might be aware about. We tried to test it, really, to implement it in some destinations, and for that we engaged into a European project, which is called Models for Integrated Tourism in the Mediterranean. So we built a case about measuring sustainability in coastal and maritime destinations. Now, what is scalable for this conversation today is that we're developing a joint dashboard, a platform where our destinations pilot were integrating data in a way that we could do a sort of common help desk and benchmark. That's what we believe that could be also a basis of inspiration of the future European space for tourism data, because at the end, we always need to think from the user's perspective. And we wanted to take it one step further. So we saw the opportunity in connecting something that is very regional jargon, forgive me for that, but we have to. If we want to use the European Regional Development Funds, the so-called structural funds, we must connect tourism digitalization and access to data and capacity building to transform this data into intelligence for decision-making into the smart specialization strategy. This is a condition if we want to have access to the European Regional Development Fund. That's why we built a partnership. So we benchmark our smart specialization strategy, how much about digitalization and data we could connect in a way that we could go further and develop a joint investment project. That is what my colleague Anna is going to talk to you about. So we can go quickly to the next slide, please, which is the Tourism of Tomorrow Lab. And this is why we're here today. We believe that data, this space for data, we would like that as this is being built at European level, with the Tourism of Tomorrow Lab, we would like to build these intelligence tourism systems at destination level to help destinations to operate with their businesses, but to build this expertise in-house. And for that, why is this data that we need? We need to forecast, we need this predictive data in order for us to take decisions, to understand what is the customer behavior, what do we all want when we're gonna visit a destination, how are the booking fluctuations, how we can benchmark, how we can respond to unexpected situations. We have seen that data is a key driver of resilience. So we really need to work in this interoperability of the traditional and non-traditional systems, but always in the respect of data protection, regulation, and privacy and ethics. That's what we're here today. And my last slide is to show, to bridge with what I'm going to say and what Anna is going to explain about our business model of the Tourism of Tomorrow Lab, which is a common data consultancy department. So we're working with a range of destinations, helping them to optimize their own data sources in a way they can take decisions to measure and to give answers to their own challenges. So I would like to give the floor to my colleague Anna, please, and maybe we can go through to the next slide, if possible. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes. Next to tourism of tomorrow.
Hello, Anna, can you hear us? Is your Wi-Fi connection proper at this time? Because we cannot hear you. Anna, hi. No, we cannot hear you very well. If you can go to a stable connection, please, a stable Wi-Fi connection. We cannot hear you very well. You can get your camera and okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Christina, hi.
Okay, sorry for that.
That's okay.
I'm using Christina's computer. So
okay, good. Thank you.
Christina's name in my case. That's
okay.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity of being here. I'm sharing my experience as Andalusian Tourism regional organization. I work for Andalusia in the statistics department, but I'm also involved in Nextur Tourism of Tomorrow Lab. So Nextur Tourism of Tomorrow Lab shares objective with Gaia-X. We are both partnership cooperating for making the best use of data. Both are groups of partners that are competing and cooperating at the same time. So I think this is something very common to all of us. Digital connectivity is of course key for the tourism sector, for all tourism destinations. It is the channel for visibility, promotion, management, but it is also an important source of data for taking decisions. In addition, digital connectivity almost forced destination to interact and to cooperate among each other, because we are not just individual destination, but we are competing and cooperative destination. We can be complementary destination for tourism sector. And also it's for digital connectivity forces us to cooperate with private stakeholders like OTAs, platform intermediaries, and technological partners. This is why using the same language and interoperability is a clear benefit to all of us. This interoperability must account for legal, semantic, but also technological dimension. This is why Tourism Andaluz, my organization, and Tourism of Tomorrow Lab is interested in Gaia-X. Tourism Andaluz is also co-leading the Spanish Tourism Working Group in Gaia-X, and we are identifying use cases and working with the partnership of Nextur Tourism of Tomorrow Lab, supporting the creation of the data space. So can we go to the next slide, please? Why are regions interested in a tourism data space? First of all, because we want to make the data market active, efficient, transparent, and a fair play, level free. We would like to see more data exchange, more movement of data around. We also would like to change public data that is usually freely available, and we would like to this data available to be widely used by the private stakeholders and by other public bodies. We also want to ensure that the privacy of tourism. We would like to set common goals with the rest of the stakeholders, private and public. This is why we are working on the code of conduct. We are members of the working group. We would like also to make sure that big and small data players can coexist, and there is a fair competition in place, and to create also incentive for the private stakeholders to interact and to participate. We are also interested in reducing the gap between small and big data players, and also between small and big DMOs, because big DMOs has a budget and capacity to integrate all the data sources. But small DMOs and SMEs don't have this capacity and this budget. And this is why the regional organization and Next2 Tourism of Tomorrow Lab want to support these small public and private stakeholders to make the best use of data, because our interest is to make destination more competitive and sustainable. Yes, we are also interested in a seamless tourism experience. This is not just about mobility, that is also about mobility, but not just about that. We would like to facilitate and unify the way we digitally present all our tourism assets and to interconnect them. We are having the same language. This is the tourism processes of visiting more than one destination, a multimodality of transport and integration, and we would like also to integrate the whole tourism value chain, not just about the mobility sector, but the rest of the stakeholders. We also are interested in facilitating the integration of data sources for a real benefit of using data for sustainable and competitive tourism. The fragmentation of big data is a challenge for tourist destinations because they don't have the capacity, the technical capacity, and they don't have the budget enough to access into the necessary information. The work of Gaia-X and the creation of a tourism data space can reduce the dimension of these challenges. Tourism Andaluz, well, policy decision and destination management clearly see the benefit from a definition, a clear definition, a set of definition, and a clear methodological framework. Common semantic or normalization, or however you want to call it. Turismo Andaluz is member of the UNWTO working group measuring sustainable tourism. We had here before Natalia Bayona from the UNWTO, so this work they are doing also in measurability and statistics is a real asset for this Gaia-X working group. And recently, the UN Statistical Commission has encouraged the finalization of the statistical framework for measuring the sustainability of tourism. So this is something that we need to have in mind. Why do we want to have this methodology very clear? Because we want to make sure that data stakeholders are aware of what is a tourist. It's not just a passenger arriving to an airport, as it can be a resident coming back from returning from home, or maybe it's a transit passenger. So we need to have clear what is a tourist and what is not a tourist. Also, telecoms, it is interesting that they use common methodology for the identification of tourists, but also for the identification of one-day visitors, domestic tourism, and outbound tourists as well. In addition, private data sources offering the information, booking information, searching information, it is a real, very rich source of data for forecasting future tourism flows. But we need also to make sure to understand the data gaps and time lags in order to extract the clear benefit of this information. Also, credit card data providers, in order to understand the expenditure variables of the tourism sector, need to use same definition and accounting for the complementarity of their information, and integrating also new methods of payments like Bizum, PayPal, cash cards, and other payment systems. So what is the benefit? Can we go to the next slide, please? So what is the benefit of having clear definition? Well, the definition of common metrics, semantic and criteria, which is comparable and coherent with the more traditional data, will favor benchmarking and forecasting, but also it will expand the market for data. So it also benefits for the private stakeholders. Facilitating the access to meaningful data will it's good because the European statistical governance for tourism is quite a complex one. So I would like having these new sources of data. I don't know if we are in the right slide. That's why I'm a bit confused. Maybe the next one. Yes. Yes, this is the right slide. Sorry. What is the benefit of having this presentation? Yes, I will finish soon. Is to have more data sources, as the European statistical governance is not specifically a benefit for the tourism sector. We need to integrate more data sources, and this is why we need to integrate private data sources for the tourism ecosystem. In addition, the integration with other sectors is key for tourism, because tourism is a cross-sectoral activity per se. We need to integrate transport, culture, and environmental assets as tourism attractors. But also, if we want to achieve the sustainability of the sector, we need to integrate other data sources like water, energy, and waste management. Also, cultural and environmental assets to understand when they are saturated, and then we need to have clear common semantic for integrating them in the destination platforms. So next slide, please, just to end. Yes, why Gaia-X is needed. First of all, normalization of database contexts reduce the margin of interpretation and also increase the comparability of different data sources. The interoperability and quality of data is a critical issue, and we are really happy to participate and to see the development of these new strategies as Gaia-X, an association working in the same direction. We are here because it is a clear need to overcome existing obstacles for extensive use of data by private and public stakeholders, and we have here the opportunity to reinforce this cooperation and turn it into a strong alliances. I will pass now to Cristina, so she'll end there. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. That just a concluding message is food for thought for the stakeholders involved, because we know together we can make a difference. There is a European policy document, which is the Tourism Transition Pathway, and is the closest document we have to European future agenda for tourism. And there are two concrete topics where we would like to reinforce our cooperation. One is called comprehensive tourism strategies, which means that we're gonna make them based on data. And the other one is collaborative local destination governments, establishment of collaborative and data supporting destination management model. This is food for thought for all the partners together. Thanks once again, Gaia-X, for giving us the floor, and looking forward to the exchanges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, both Christina and Anna. It was really a pleasure to have you here with us, and we hope to see you again in the next series of the Tourism Data Spaces events. This is only the beginning. We hope to have a roster of such events in the near future, and we definitely need voices such as yourselves to build on the ecosystem and even replicate the things that we would like to position via Gaia-X standpoint. Bringing to the floor Dolores Ordonez, Technical Director of Any Solution and Vice President of the Spanish National Hub of Gaia-X. Dolores, thank you very much for helping us as well, and for all your support throughout the organization of this event. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Basilia. Thanks to you for giving us also the possibility to cooperate in such an interesting event that you mentioned, I think. And I hope this will be only the first of a series, because as we are listening this morning, tourism and tourism data spaces seems to be a very important issue. It is, in fact, for us. And today I'm going to present the Spanish National Hub of Gaia-X. In the next slide, you will see we are quite recently constituted hub. We started at the end of 2021, and finally on the 18th March 2022, we created this National Hub of Gaia-X. The headquarters are going to be located in Talavera de la Reina, which belongs to the Spanish region of Castilla-La Mancha. And we have created this board of 22 people from different entities, big companies, SMEs, public administration, research institutions, academia, and so on. So I think we're a nice group of mixed entities to push forward this National Hub of Gaia-X at the level of Spain. And in the next slide, you will see that we have been constituted as a non-for-profit association. So our aims are to push for the creation of a sound data space in Spain, and also to generate synergies with other existing data spaces, and for sure to generate these synergies with Gaia-X. We want to represent, and our aim is to represent all the data ecosystem. And for that, we're going to start trying to call and trying to get contact with any entity, being big, being small, private, public, and so on, that is interested in anything related to data. But also what we want to do is, because we are discussing about data and we are quite new, but we are really aware that projects related to data have already started some years ago. So what we also want to make is a kind of coordination of any initiative that is happening at the level of Spain related to data spaces. And we know, and as our Secretary of State of Digitalization, Carmen Artigas, mentioned this morning, Spain has a big, great possibility for this digital transformation of our ecosystem. And we are pushing already some very nice initiatives in the different ministries related to data spaces. So our association, being a non-for-profit, will also be this bridge between all these data initiatives, the data spaces that are already being constituted at the level of Spain, but also the ones that are related with the public administration. Because in the next slide, we will see which are our aims. Our aims is to promote this data economy. So, but we want also to promote and help the developing of these initiatives, infrastructure, services, tools, and applications for the control, safe, and federated data sharing. So we want to put the basis for this fair, ethical data sharing in which the rules are clear for everybody, and we allow that especially the small and medium-sized companies are able to participate in this data sharing economy, which will be fundamental to promote and to continue with the competitiveness of the companies, and also to help them to the internationalization. Increase the data sovereignty of Spain, become a reference in data spaces, and especially in the tourism sector, in which we are quite strong. And as also Carmen Artigas mentioned this morning, we want really to lead the European tourism data spaces. And then to bring together any initiative, project, activity related to data spaces. Anything that will be happening at private level, at public level, we want to be aware, we want to contribute, we want to help. And this is related to the data spaces that we have already started to identify at the Spanish level. And in the next slide, where we have started with these 5 main working groups: tourism, health, agro, industry 4.0, and mobility. So those are just the first working groups that we have identified, and they are being created at the level of this Spanish National Hub of Gaia-X. But we are sure that at the end, more data spaces will appear. But at the same time, we are very aware about the importance of generating these synergies, these complementarities, because when you are traveling, you are directly related to mobility. When you are traveling, and also Francesco mentioned this morning, perhaps you get ill. So it's very related also with health, and we saw it with the COVID crisis. tourism is directly related with agro, and now all the circularity projects are directly linked with these synergies among tourism and the agro sector, and also the links with the industry and other industrial sectors at the level of the country. So we want to become a reference, especially in the tourism sector, but we are also aware about the strong that some data spaces and initiatives that are happening at Spanish level are related with mobility or, for example, health. And very important thing is to start breaking silos, because at the end we are generating the structures, and we want to really to generate this possibility to generate this good connectivity among the different data spaces, because it will be the only way in which data flows in the correct way, and it will generate these strong data spaces in which all the actors will be included, and it will be able to participate in the same conditions, which is very important. And why tourism? And in the next slide, we see that tourism is in our essence. So let's drive it. Tourism, it hasn't been at the core of the policies at European level. In Spain, it has been always a very important industry, meaning a very important part of our GDP. But we have seen that before COVID, tourism hadn't the big importance that it really has in our lives. So we can mention that perhaps thanks to COVID, tourism has started to get this importance, and at the end, we have also seen how tourism is a data-driven economy, because tourism is one of the main industries producing and consuming data. And it is also very important and different with other sectors. And it's the fact that most of the data that is produced and consumed in the tourism data space is related to personal data. So we have to take into account which are all the legislation related to the GDP, ethical uses of data, and all these kind of things. Also, Mr. Goldman mentioned the Data Act. So we really need to take into account how important is the use of this data, and how are we going to democratize the use of this data, taking into account that this data contains a lot of very sensible information, because it's directly related with personal data. And why tourism matters, in the next slide, it has been already mentioned, the importance of tourism in the European Union. And we, as a big tourism destination, we are seeing that even the number that we were identifying in 2019, which was a year of records in the number of tourists arriving to Spain, especially about those with the European Union, have started to be already reached in this first semester on 2022. So people want to travel again. So the tourism industry is recovering quite fast, but we really need to set the basis of this recovery in order to have some basis that avoid that in the future, if a new pandemic, a new crisis comes, it doesn't affect so hard as it has been happening in these last 2 years, in which tourism was the worst hit industry due to the COVID crisis. And why in Spain? And we go to the next slide. The World Economic Forum already mentioned in 2015 that Spain was in the first place in the podium due to the value that they measure and compare with more than 140 economies. So only to Spain in 2017 we received 83 million tourists, and some regions as the Balearic Islands, Catalonia, Madrid are the most visited ones, also Andalusia. So, but why? So we are offering a high quality services. So we have rich cultural and natural attractions, and also the density of our services, mostly related to transport and hotels. But at the end, what it is important is the quality of the services and how the tourism experience is being offered to the tourists. So, which is the experience that they have in the destination from the very beginning. So this before, during, and after the travel, the trip, we have to take into account that in all this process, in all this journey, it is very important to take into account the data. How are we going to promote this frictionless travel in which all the actors in the tourism value chain, when we start deciding to which location are we going to travel, which is the transport mode we are going to use, if a plane or a train or a bus or a car, or which is the connection about the multimodality transport systems to reach this destination. How are we going to move in the destination, but also how we are going to enrich our tourism experience, which is the attractions we are going to visit, which is the restaurants in which we are going to book our lunch and dinners. So this is this seamless connectivity in all the data that is part of our tourist journey is very important to be connected. And indeed in Spain, we are already started to develop some interesting use cases in order to start also demonstrating the importance of this data sharing in the tourism industry. Because as I mentioned before, in the tourism sector, and especially in Spain, 85% of the companies working in the tourism sector are SMEs. So the last entity that has the direct contact with the tourist is an SME or a micro SME. So we really need to help them to be digitized, and also to make them be aware about the importance and the power of the data they are managing. In the next slide, and also related with the presentation from Cristina and from Anna, it's related to the main national strategy that is being developed in Spain. This is a slide from Segitur, from the National Ministry of Tourism, and with them, they are developing this strategy of data sharing for the smart tourism destination. So we have a sound smart tourism destination at the level of Spain, which is already being exported to other countries, is based on a uniform and a set of indicators. And now we are created a big platform. So this tourism intelligence system that is going to manage the different data that is being generated at the level of the DMOs, but being aware that it is very important to include all the ecosystem. The DMOs cannot work alone. So they have to generate these synergies with the private sector, because at the end, most of the data, the important data that generates the tourism experience, it is in hands of the private sector. And just to finalize for the next steps in our organization, in the next slide, we are working very hard to identify which are those use cases. We are also at the level of Spain try to organize a different kind of events. We have one in Mallorca in 1 week. We will have this big one that the Secretary of State mentioned at the end of the year, and you are all invited to participate. Because we think that it's really important to generate this awareness and also to train people on anything related to data spaces, because everything related to the architecture, the connectors, ethical governance, and so on. There are a lot of issues that we are going to listen today that should be tackled, and also the SMEs and the low levels of the tourism value chain should be included. And of course, we want to link with any data initiative, the ones that are going to be presented from the different countries, and also especially with Gaia-X Europe. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dolores, for being again with us and for helping the team and supporting us and the rest of the organizers, obviously, to put together this specific event. I would like to bring to the floor as a next step a presentation from DG Grow, Policy Officer Michela Barile and Christy Alamutka, also from DG Grow, that they will talk to us about the data sharing and transition of tourism. If the ladies are here, we give them the floor, please. Misa or Kirsty? Misa or Kirsty? Okay, all right, we can give a little bit more time to, why cannot, okay, let's Okay, we would need to support a bit Misa. Misa, you would need to go back in. This is a problem with your computer. You need to activate it from your Zoom and from your computer itself. So you need to log off and go back in. Okay, let's give a little bit of more time. If not able, we can move to the next presenter, and then Misa and Kirsty can come back. Give us 1 second, please. While we're trying to manage the...
I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you, Misa. Thank you.
I'm activating my video and I hope you can also see me. Hi.
Yes, great.
Thank you for the support. I've seen that someone's also taking care of sharing my slides, so I'll go straight in, not to run out of time.
Thank you.
Hello, and thanks so much for organizing this. I've listened to all of the presentations up until now, and I have a little bit to add, but not much, because a lot has been said. The first thing I want to do, and I'll tell you why in a minute, is I want to set the data space for tourism angle within what we're doing in public policy for tourism at EU level. Now, I'm sure that many of you are very well aware that we have a policy document out. You're probably all familiar with it, this transition pathway. Nevertheless, I put the link there and a picture of it. What I wanted to say about this document is we are now activating a co-implementation mechanism, and I will go on more details on this just so that we understand how we can work together on this. Can I have this next slide, please? The transition pathway for tourism essentially tells us what we want to do in terms what we want to be in 2030. And I keep talking about us, and us not as commission but as ecosystem, because we came up with that strategy together, and it's a strategy to make tourism a more sustainable and more digital. And if we achieve this, then the ecosystem will also shift into a higher resilience mode. So this is the goal, and that's why we call it a dual transition. Digital in this vision means a lot more than data, and I'm just putting this slide here just so that we are clear on that. I know we're discussing the data space today, and I will talk about the data space, and we'll talk about that sharing, but it's a lot more about that, about digital than that. And I just want to say this because we are very well aware that a lot of SMEs across Europe in tourism could use data. They should invest in data management, but they're just not there yet. In many cases, sometimes digital can just still equal e-commerce, which is a step back as opposed to where we want to be with the data space. So lots to do, lots of activities. And on the next slide, I'm just going to take a side lane away from the data space to tell you how we want to tackle all of that. And we want to do that on a platform that can gather all of your contributions. Essentially, you do know we cannot do anything by ourselves. The Commission will not regulate tourism, we can't. So we will just co-work with the stakeholders. And up until now, it's been a bit sketchy. We tried our best, and we have conventions and tourism forums, but it's not enough to be able to dialogue with all of you. So hopefully in 2023, we will have a platform up and running that's called Together for You Tourism. And we will be able on that platform to structure, work with all of you, all of the stakeholders that want to get involved. And now I put it somewhere there. We will work through groups of experts. So please keep an eye out as individuals, not as institutions. If you're interested in becoming an expert for us, a call for experts will come out soon, I think in the second half of the year, but I'm not super sure about the exact date. So you'll be informed about this. I think it will be very interesting to have your views on board. But even as not as an expert, please participate in this co-implementation exercise. The other reason why I put on this framework is also to explain that this will become our new way to work towards the transition pathway priorities, becoming more sustainable, more digital, and more resilient. So this is where the data space for tourism will develop when it comes to the tourism people in the Commission. Okay, and I've also put the transition pathway will offer us building blocks. Can we move on to the next slide, please? As building blocks, I mean that throughout the whole document, you will see data mentioned pretty much everywhere. And I've taken a few extracts from the document just so that you see where we placed it. There's a lot more, so feel free to browse through this. And in Annex 1, you will find a list of all of these topics. And you'll see data coming up constantly as regards destinations, SMEs, the data space, data sharing practices, monitoring and measuring sustainability. There's so much the data is important for. And I don't need to explain this to you because at least the two presentations that preceded me nail this concept. So I'm not going to go much into this, but I wanted to hammer the message that we are very well aware of the fact that it should all start with data, although not entirely, like I said. Now, on the data space proper, can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. I have put a few keywords here and also one misunderstanding I'd like to clarify. The keyword here is sustainable tourism. What we want to build is a tourism ecosystem that is as sustainable as possible, like because that is where the Commission is working as a house. So what we think about when we think about data management or innovative services, innovative models, innovative strategies for tourism in the future that are digital and data driven, we hope these will bring us to a more sustainable management of the business and of the destination attractiveness and in general of the traveling experience. So that's why I put a title like EU Data Space for Sustainable Tourism. We don't just want sustainable information there, but that's the final goal. Ivo Volman spoke early on this morning. He said everything that you need to understand about what a data space is. And this is what I'd like to pick up again. For us, a data space on tourism should facilitate this voluntary sharing of information. Okay, so it has to be voluntary and it has to be facilitated in a bigger data lake. The second bullet point is what I'd like to clarify, because I put in the fact that the data spaces we have it in mind at Commission level should facilitate sharing and generation of both open and private data and public-private collaborations. Please do not, this is a mistake on my part. I drafted this slide and I should not have put generation there because we don't expect the data space to be a place where you generate data. The data is generated all the time everywhere, and that's not the job of the data space to generate some more. It can be accessed, it can be used and reused, which is generation of content per se, but that's a different story. What I really wanted to say with this was that we hope that in the data space, users can generate public-private collaborations and in any case synergies that can drive the ecosystem forward. And that's why I put in this sentence, which could be misleading. Something else you already said, we want the data space to be interoperable with the other data spaces that are related to tourism, which is quite many. And I think Dolores just gave us an infographic before, like a picture, it was very, very clear. So I'm not going to go back onto this concept. But I would like to also echo something that Natalia Bayona said about skills. She insists a lot about education, and I'm very grateful because this is also where we're coming from. The idea being, let's imagine we have a brilliant data space which runs at EU level, we support it, we finance it. The key stakeholders have access and know that it's there, and so it it gathers as much data as possible. This is all brilliant, but what happens if you don't know what to do with that data? So skills is essential. It's not the job of the data space to educate you, but then we have an initiative that runs alongside it. It's called Pact for Skills. And I think you know all about it. You all know about it. That's what I meant to say. Sorry for my English. If you don't, shoot me an email and I'll put you in touch with those who are working on it. But essentially, this is a very bottom-up initiative supported by the Commission to enhance skills for tourism and for all the other sectors. But the tourism pact for skills is rather advanced, rather more than others. Next slide, please. Now, the challenges that we have ahead of us, they've already been mentioned. I think the presentation by Christina and Anna was brilliant in this sense. So thanks so much for that content, because they cannot give us already a view of how varied this landscape is when it comes to data. We have data holders, data sources, and means of collection are completely different. And what's important to the Commission is to convey the fact that as excited as we all are about real data, social data, mobility data, bookings, everything that we know about visitors' pressure on and crowding of the destinations, as far as we are excited about using that data and strategize based on that empirical evidence, we can't forget the importance of official statistics. And that is why with Kirsty, and by the way, Kirsty is very sorry she cannot take part. You'll only have me today. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that at the beginning, but I wanted to rush in. So with Kirsty, we put in these two aspects, the official statistics and the NACE categories, and the real data that we really want to integrate. Now, in our ideal world, these categories should go together, these data sets should speak to one another, and stakeholders should be able to use them both. Because that's what we hope to achieve within the data space. And that's why I put in these two, these two visuals. I'm sorry, can we move on to the next slide? I just don't want to buy into the time that's allocated to the next speaker. And I think you may be interested in this one, the lines of action. So what we are want to do to make data space a reality, because as you all know, we don't have one, and we want to have one. You've also said it very clearly, there's great momentum, there's great political pressure. So yes, so this is happening, it will happen, but not quite tomorrow. So what we want to do, first of all, you will have later on a presentation by Emmanuel Mounier from You Travel Tech. I hope he's listening. Hi, Emmanuel. We work together a lot because a group of stakeholders from the sector has gathered since September to draft a code of conduct for data sharing in tourism. I will be absolutely transparent. We asked them to, we asked for volunteers to do this. We wanted this, and they very kindly accepted. So there's a group working on this and a code of conduct. Emmanuel will tell you all about it later. It's almost ready, but this is a product that we think is important to set the ground as to what to consider when any kind of stakeholders in tourism wants to engage in data sharing. So there'll be basic principles that should be respected. It's a product that's almost done, still accepting comments, but it will take on board that platform I told you about. So don't think that everything we do is set in stone. It will be filed away somewhere and then you find it on our website. You will still be able to participate into this exercise through the platform. Later on, you will also have a presentation about the Smart Destination Pilot project by our contractor. That's another really interesting project for destinations on data management, and she'll tell you all about it. You may know about a platform and a forum by DigiConnect called Living in EU. They're really working very hard on open standards for interoperability, and I would invite destinations and stakeholders to take a look. It's very nice, and we use it as a
Okay, and we have a bit of connection problem once again. Kirsty, you are with us, or Misa? Okay, without further ado, I mean, this presentation has now concluded as well. We would like to thank very much DigiGrow for being here with us, and for hopefully we will not have any further technical problems. Please be connected through your computer, and your Wi-Fi has to be 4G or 5G to even get connected and have good scaling. I would like to bring to the floor Sergio Guerrero from the National Tourism of Portugal, Director of Knowledge Management and Innovation. He will take us through on the landscape in Europe, what is happening right now in tourism, and the Portuguese tourism perspective and initiatives. Sergio, are you with us?
Yes, good morning, Vasilia.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. Just one question. I know you have my presentation, or do you want me to upload it from my side?
We have your presentation.
Okay, so
Okay.
I think we can. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. Congratulations on the session. I think all the people around the table, and I see also the participants are pretty much engaged within this area. At the National Tourism Board in Portugal, we also been working in this topic is one of our priorities in terms of tourism policy. Also at the level of European Travel Commission, the data agenda is actually one of the most important that we have on the table. So for today and for the next 15 minutes, what I wanted to share with you is a little bit about our roadmap and a few reflections on how do we see this process going on for the future. So if you could put the next slide, please. So a little bit about Turismo Portugal and our organization. We are a public agency based in the Ministry of Economy and Sea in Portugal. We are a mix between ministries and national tourism boards. A bit different. We are responsible for, I would say, all the value chain within the tourism sector, from planning and classification to support a investment. So we manage our own funds, but also new funds to support the industry. We are a marketing and promotion agency, like most of the tourism boards. We are also an agency responsible for human resources training. Together with all these areas are two areas that we've connected, that we've built in the agency, and we've connected to support all the areas in the sector, which are knowledge management. We call it knowledge management in terms of what we deliver to the sector, and this is a bit the topic of my agenda. The second point. The second area that we've developed was an area dedicated to innovation. Both of these two areas are under my responsibility. And what we are trying to do is connect both things. So it's producing and delivering data and knowledge for the industry, and at the same time using a startup ecosystem to actually use that kind of data to develop new products and new solutions. Could we move to the next slide, please? So this. What I call, and I'm curious to see what European tourism data space evolves also. It's an agenda, and we call it a journey because for us it's been a journey of learning, in the learning, trying, failing, and doing again. So trying again, a little bit like the innovation process. We've started this agenda in 2015 when we had, I would say, as our landscape for data, the traditional data sources, both Statistics Portugal, the Central Bank of Portugal, airports, and our own services in the agency, together with the international organizations' data. And what we've done since 2016, and I would say 2020, for us was a year of stability in terms of what are the data sources that we're using. We've started to, first of all, working on the official statistics, like Misa was mentioning. For us, is quite important. The quality and the comprehensiveness of official data statistics. It's quite important. And 2017 for us was very important because we've put it again, the border survey in place, and also the tourism satellite account. Those are instruments that are now in place. And at the same time, we've started to working with additional data sources and non-traditional data sources. And that's been, I would say, an adventure. We've moved, first of all, into guest reviews, updates. In 2018, we've managed to do a feasibility test to use mobile data to monitor tourism flows and actually to deal with congestion within the city. We've done that with success, and in 2020 we came back in terms of using that kind of data. At the same time, we're starting to invest in short-term rental. Short-term rental for I would say for most of the countries is becoming a very important area, because the official statistics in most of the cases don't cover totally all accommodation sectors, specifically short-term rentals. Traditional are out. We also would like to acknowledge the work that Eurostat has been doing in this process and enlarging this kind of topics. At the same time, connected to our strategy, we've invested in indicators of sustainability, basically using recommendations from UNWTO and from European Commission with the ETIS program. In 2019, we moved to data from companies, so we monitor in a very concrete way what are the performance and financial performance of our companies. And we've started this before COVID. Now it's becoming mainstream in terms of the needs of the industry. And we also moved into another sort of big data, which is credit cards and debit cards data that we actually work on a regular basis to understand shifts in terms of consumer pattern. Then we moved in 2020, we closed the gap, investing again in mobile data and also in short-term rental data. And this is basically our landscape until now. So we can move to the next slide, please. So what we have, it's a mix between official statistics that are still the basis, and that's the official data that we use. We have, I would say, I would say common to all countries. These are official statistics, but have a problem in terms of timeliness, because decision-making process, and especially due to COVID, shifted in terms of reducing significantly the needs of the industry, moving more towards real-time data and a little bit of forecast in terms of that. And that's why, could you next slide, please? So that's why we basically are mixing what is official statistics with business data to create, I would say, a rich environment where our companies, our destinations, have all the necessary data to actually make their decisions and understand a little bit more the behavior of the industry. Next slide, please. Those are a few examples we have, and in data sharing was one of the topics mentioned before. Data sharing for us is quite important. So what we've done, we've created a public platform. It's called Travel BI, and Travel BI is our main platform to engage with the tourism sector. We've produced more than 100 dashboards in Power BI, and we have in 2020, I would say COVID was bad for the industry in several points, but in terms of using of data, it was quite important. We've grew more than 100% in 2020, and we've reached more than 400,000 visualizations in our platform, covering new teams. So we covered now more than 20 teams, and it's been, I would say, an agenda quite interesting. But we still feel that there is work to do in terms of engaging with the industry for the correct use of this kind of data. Next slide, please. These are a few examples of what we have. Could we move a little bit further? Okay. So basically what we're covering now, we're covering mobility. We are using airlines data to actually trying to predict as much as we can the future of the sector. And this has became, I would say, a very, 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 very important topic for the industry during COVID, because everyone, not only from the industry, but also industry suppliers like retail, like agro food that work for the industry, they were pretty much interested in understanding, well, what's going to be the next 3 months, because I have to plan my life with this field. So it's a little bit here what we are trying to understand. A little bit with credit cards data, we are seeing shifts in terms of behavior of tourists, and this is also a very important agenda topic for this process. Could you move to the next slide, please? So new data needs, what we are here understanding a lot, focus on also sustainability. This is becoming, I would say, very important topic. First of all, because our strategies launched in 2017 was already putting sustainability as the DNA of the strategy, and with concrete goals and measures within this field. And this is, I would say, an agenda that we've been working with also international organizations in this field, and also in European Commission. And we have also a project now with DG Reform and in this field to actually develop sustainability indicators at local level that we can actually put in and share with local DMOs, so we can have a common agenda within this field. Next slide, please. I'm almost finishing, and I would say a little bit on how do we see the future, how do we see the needs, and how do we see also opportunities that come from European tourism data space. This is far from being an easy agenda, to be honest. It's been, as I mentioned, I call it a learning agenda. Why? Because technology is bringing opportunities in terms of new data sources, and the problem, I would say, several problems. First of all, it's a matter of also resources. So I think one area that we can discuss here is resources to actually gather and implement these data strategies within our organizations. The second one, and I think even more important than investment, is the ability of people actually to deal and to maximize the use of this kind of data for decision-making process. And actually the recovery that we are seeing in recently after COVID, and Portugal, we have the second month ahead of 2019 data. What we're feeling is it might be a risk that people think that we came back to normal life to pre-pandemic levels, and there were no changes within the sector. And I believe data can be very useful in understanding travel behaviors, travel spending, and also needs from tourists that are shifting significantly. But that there's a risk that people might think. So there is an agenda to build in terms of data sharing and engagement with the industry within this field. The second point is new data needs. As I mentioned, more and more sustainability, not on the destination side, that's where we've been working more, but also on the businesses side is becoming mainstream in terms of our needs. And we are, I would say, very demanding agenda in this field, and a lot of collaboration and a lot of new data sources. We have to bring it into the system. We will continue, and I see also the European project with very interest in mixing these two kind of things. Is how can we use technology to upgrade official statistics, but at the same time, how can we use new data sources and new technologies to actually help to robust this ecosystem. Then an agenda that I would pretty much like to see an output from European project, which is how can we actually promote effective use of new data sources in the industry. And here is one agenda that I personally have been putting in the agenda, which is everyone's talking about changing the industry, but and changing the industry towards a more sustainable path. But for that, we also need to work on the metrics, because if we keep evaluating and doing rankings of destinations based on travel volume or travel spending, we will come back to old rankings and not new metrics to understand shifts in the industry. And finally, I would say we've moved and we see this process as a 3-step. We've been working mostly on the descriptive part, so gathering new data sources and trying to do some descriptive statistics to help the industry to understand what's going on. More and more, and that's the agenda for now, more and more people are asking for forecasting, so understanding how the future will be, what are the future challenges that we have as an industry. And from my view, in the future, we should move into prescriptive. So the data guys basically gathering insights that can actually suggest actions from the marketing or from the product development areas. And I would say that's the aim that we have as a sector and as a data hub in Portugal. And I would say, very demanding agenda, and looking forward to work with all you guys in progress in this field. And I would say it's my last slide. So you could move to the next slide, please. Okay, so it was basically to giving my contacts, but well, Vasilia, you have all in the group my contacts and all contacts from the National Tourism Board in Portugal. So thank you very much for your attention, and looking forward to the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergio. It was a pleasure to meet you, at least virtually. I hope we do have the chance to meet you in Brussels or come exactly where you are. We are really, really appreciative of the Ministry of Tourism and their specifications, and obviously supporting us with the Italian hub as well. I would like to bring to the floor our next speaker, please. Francesco Paolo
Schiavo.
Hi, Francesco. Hi. Ciao. Again, from the Italian Ministry of Tourism, the head of, yes, the head of General Directorate for Valorization and Promotion of Tourism. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Francesco.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the invitation, for giving me the opportunity to present the Italian experience on how we are addressing the use of data and the adoption of emerging technologies for the recovery and more and long-term development of the tourism sector in Italy. Just to synthesize, my presentation will focus on the initiative of the Ministry of Tourism linked to the Italian Tourist Digital Hub, a program financed by the Next Generation EU that is investing in data and interoperability for tourism development. If you could go to the next slide. Yes. The tourism ecosystem has significant implications in our economy and society, as well as in other key domains. In Italy, for example, in 2019, the tourism industry accounted for more than 30% of the national GDP and 15% of the total employment, with a business fabric almost represented by small, medium enterprises. This is a meaningful indication of the strategic role of the tourism industry in our country. But I think that these can be spread to all Europe. As we are transitioning to a post-pandemic era, Italy is implementing forward-looking approaches to the design of tourist policies and programs supported by long-term strategies and plans. The main objective is to accelerate the industry digital, green, and resilient transition by connecting fragmented data and services. And this is in line with the policy and strategic framework defined by the Tourism Transition Pathway recently published. That is an important document for us. This is particularly relevant for the Italian tourism ecosystem, which is characterized by high fragmentation and low digitalization capabilities. Next slide, please. Yes. In the context of Italy, there are some structural challenges that are characterize the tourism sector. As first, tourism offer is independently managed at regional level across 21 regions. And this is a limiting factor to integrate cross-regional experiences. Next, stakeholders are characterized by a wide digital divide and capability to penetrate markets and attract new demand. Finally, seasonality and over-tourism have impacts on the tourist flows, which require also for sustainable tourism, a redistribution over the year and across destinations. In this context, interoperability is the key to enable a unified approach that overcomes regional differences, to reduce the digital divide, and to promote the evolution of products in a data-driven way. The role of the Italian Minister of Tourism is to promote the transition towards an interoperability paradigm. So we can go to the next slide. Yes. To support tourism recovery and long-term development, as I said at the beginning, the Minister of Tourism has launched the digital ecosystem for tourism, the Tourist Digital Hub, TDH, in the framework of the Italy's Next Generation EU, which mainly responds to the need to support the digital transition of the tourist industry. The TDH has a strategic objective to bridge supply and demand by enhancing data integration and interoperability with public and private tourism ecosystems, such as the regional destination management systems. In this context, interoperability, and this is the main aspect of my presentation, is the key enabler to support collaboration, data sharing, and data-driven approaches among stakeholders. We are launching a partnership program for private and public stakeholders to enhance an ecosystem mindset while stakeholders participate to the creation of the citizen-centric value-added services. Pursuing our coordination role, we are also fostering synergies with other strategic programs to promote the evolution of new services by capitalizing on data integration and interoperability. This ambitious development is also supported by a teach ecosystem that includes cloud technology vendors, customer data platform, a loyalty program. We are thinking also to NFT loyalty program, and local teach companies that operate with regional administrations. Finally, to accelerate the return of value and investment, we are developing data products, including a central data lake and dashboards by adopting an agile delivery methodology. So let's go to the focal point, the next slide, that is the key role of interoperability. As previously said, in fact, interoperability is one of the main enablers to facilitate data collection, exchange to inform strategic decisions. This vision has been strongly recognized in several EU policy documents and programs, including the EU data strategy, the Digital Europe program, as well as the European Commission's initiatives for the creation of a European common data space for tourism. The Tourism Digital Hub is pursuing objectives under a common EU vision. They include improved resilience, digitalization, sustainability, or skill growth that are necessary now more than even before. In the context of the TDH, interoperability plays a key role in reaching such objectives with the central, and this is an important aspect, central government assuming a steering role in its implementation at a national level. We have been developing an interoperability framework that is called the TDH 022 to set the standard for our program partners. Key components of the framework include common tourism ontologies and guidelines of semantic management, and such ontologies encompass all domains of tourist services and address privacy compliance requirements, which concern from personal data to third-party data management. Based on these ontologies, we are integrating several external data sources, including accommodation capacity, tourist flow, expected arrivals, booking prices, information, events, and so on. In addition, to implement a trust protocol and data exchange, of course, a key activity concerns the development of an API architecture with top-grade security levels. And finally, based on our brand identity, we are designing new user experience on web and mobile application, also integrate them with the API services. So these three aspects. Four, I would say, so integration of data sources, ontologies, taxonomy, APIs, API services, legal framework. But we must understand that this is not sufficient. This is not enough. We also looked behind to understand many drivers and conditions to be considered to ensure both interoperability and the long-term successful deployment of the TDH. We have identified three critical success factors that include technological, organizational, and cultural aspects. First of all, data technology, such as cloud or edge computing, are fundamental enablers for interoperability to accelerate the evolution of new services. However, interoperability is far from being just a technology topic, but of course, to integrate different structures, different private and public stakeholders, we need that also these stakeholders have enough level of technology capacity. Indeed, in the framework of a shared governance model led by the central government, all stakeholders should recognize their role within the tourism ecosystem and be prepared to contribute according to a common regularity framework to jointly ensure the program's success. Finally, at a cultural level, it is fundamental to develop a common vision based on an integrated approach to the tourism offer and grounded on the recognized importance of the principle of digitalization and sustainability as a key competitiveness factors. So, what are the lessons learned? We believe that our experience can provide useful insights that could be of benefit for other contexts behind Italy, maybe also for Europe. Referring to the success factors mentioned earlier, we recognize that the definition of common interoperability framework is a milestone that ensures safe data exchange, service integration, and informed decision-making processes among all stakeholders. A co-creation approach is essential to ensure that specific stakeholders' needs and expectations are addressed while allowing to improve their awareness and maturity. But at the same time, the overall governance of the interoperability framework must reside at the supraregional level with a steering role entrusted at the national level. The second key element concerns the necessary maturity level that all stakeholders should reach in order to exploit the growth opportunities linked to the green and digital transition processes. Here, a holistic approach is needed to bring low maturity stakeholders up to speed with the most advanced technologies, with the collaboration and knowledge transfer being fundamental drivers. On the other hand, if we don't do this, there will be a risk of widening the digital divide that already characterizes the national context. Further to this, cultural evolution is probably the most ambitious goal. The culture of change has started and fit into the industrial nature of tourism, therefore with the view to massimize the impacts for the economic point of view, while considering social and environmental implications. The role of the government is to sustain a wide cultural change process that should be embraced by stakeholders at all levels through a mix of top-down and bottom-up approaches to promote and integrate an integrated and customer-centric evolution of a tourist industry. So let me conclude my presentation and thanking again for the invitation. And I look forward to new opportunities to exchange views and experiences and foster synergies for the sector development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francesco. It was a pleasure having you with us and taking the time out of your extremely busy schedule. The tourism of the Ministry of Tourism. I would like to bring to the floor our next two guest speakers, equally keynotes, fellow Greeks, Dr. Panagiotta Dionysopoulou, Director General of Tourism Policy, Ministry of Tourism in Greece, and equally Stavroula Kefala from the Directorate of Research, Ministry of Tourism. Thank you both. Panagiotta, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, this is Vasilia. On behalf of the Ministry of Tourism of Greece, I would like to thank you very much for this invitation. From my position as Director General for Tourism Policy, I shall have a brief presentation on the Ministry's initiatives concerning tourism data innovation. Indeed, the European tourism sector needs data spaces that will measure up to the challenges of this new era. And among them is the availability of the most updated data, but always in respect with the data protection regulation. As you all know, the European strategy for data constitutes one of the driving forces for ensuring Europe's global competitiveness and data sovereignty. Common European data spaces will ensure that more data becomes available for use in the economy and society, while keeping the companies and individuals who generate the data in control. For this, it aims at setting up a true European data space, a single market for data in order to allow ensured data within the European Union and across sectors for the benefit of businesses, researchers, and public administrations. Citizens, businesses, and organizations will be empowered to make better decisions based on insights collected from non-personal data, and it's of major importance to ensure the availability of these data, whether public or private. The adoption by the EU of the Data Act on the 23rd of February 2022 was an additional measure concerning the digital transformation. It aims to maximize the value of data in the economy by ensuring that a wider range of stakeholders gain control over their data and that more data is available for innovative use while preserving incentives to invest in data generation. The objective is to make more data available for the benefit of companies, citizens, and public administrations through a set of measures such as measures to prevent abuse of contractual imbalances that hinder fair data sharing, means for public sector bodies to access and use data, new rules setting the right framework conditions for customers to effectively switch between different providers of data processing services to unlock the EU cloud market. Next, please. Next slide. The data-driven economy stimulates research and innovation on data and increases business opportunities and availability of knowledge and capital across Europe. The value of the EU data economy was more than almost 300 billion in 2015 of the EU GDP. For this reason, the European Commission adopted the communication towards a common European data space on 25th April 2018. This communication and staff working document propose a package of measures as a key step towards the creation of a common data space in the EU, a seamless digital area with a scale that will enable the development of new products and services based on data. Next slide, please. The digital transformation led by the EU resulted in taking as a ministry a set of initiatives aiming at data innovation. Our data policy includes, inter alia, a variety of measures that refer to the compilation of the tourism satellite account tables, the establishment of a national observatory for sustainable tourism development, of a research and monitoring center for coastal and maritime tourism in the Mediterranean. Furthermore, the Directorate of Research will conduct 2 surveys in order to collect and monitor quantitative data on mountain tourism and yachting, 2 thematic forms of tourism where we have identified lack of data but constitute essential pillars of our policy on sustainable tourism development. Last but not least, we are in the process of tuning the ministry into an info hub that I will briefly present each of these initiatives. So next slide, please. According to our current legislative framework, the Directorate of Research of the Ministry is the competent one for the support of the National Observatory. The same Directorate is also responsible for the coordination of the administrative depths within the Ministry and the co-competent stakeholders for the operation of the Observatory. The key objective of the National Observatory is to make use of the data and the findings of the tourism satellite account in order to explore profoundly the tourism market, aiming to support evidence-based interventions and to propose target measures in order to promote all the thematic aspects of the domestic tourism product. Next slide, please. Its mission is to highlight the comparative advantages of tourism destinations, to strengthen further the positive economic results of tourism to the national GDP, while respecting the rich natural and cultural heritage of the destinations, contributing to the development of local communities and always in accordance with the SDGs of UN Agenda 2030. At the current phase, an external contractor has identified the appropriate indicators in all aspects, social, economic, environmental, and the corresponding data providers, so that to ensure analysis of trends at local, regional, national, and international level. Key outcomes will be an annual tourism sustainability report. A digital platform and site will be created displaying the sustainable tourism indicators through memoranda of understanding with the corresponding data providers. A strong network will be built in terms of mutual cooperation and at a continuous, constant basis in order to regularly update the database. Next slide, please. We are in the process of establishing a research and monitoring center for coastal and maritime tourism in the Mediterranean. Our goals are to develop a coherent methodological framework for measuring sustainability in coastal and maritime tourism, to provide relevant, timely, and reliable data on a regular basis, to promote policy recommendations, both generic recommendations for coastal destinations and place-specific, to address issues related to insularity, to contribute to the capacity building, of course, of human resources at the coastal and island destinations through target training activities. Next slide, please. At the time being, discussions are ongoing with the University of Aegean, our academic partner, to establish a methodological standard. These discussions are also ongoing with Med countries and we wish to work with our country partners on a charter to establish common principles. We also be conducting pilot studies in coastal and insular destinations to fine-tune the methodological standard in cooperation with our academic partner and with academic institutions proposed by our med partners. Next slide, please. Of course, one of the key challenges when referring to data is the actual measurement of tourism sector and its contribution to the economy and deployment of the country. As you know, Greece is a country highly dependent on the tourism sector. Therefore, the measurement of its real contribution is a key element of our data policy. For this reason, we aim to compile all the TSA tables filled until the end of 2023. The primary objective of this action is to strengthen the evidence base of tourism and support reforms to enhance the sustainability and resilience of tourism in Greece. Through this effort, we will improve the measurement and management of tourism. We have enhanced our cooperation with the Hellenic Statistical Authority, of course, whose contribution on the compilation of the tables is absolutely necessary, while we have ensured the technical assistance of the digital reform on this task and the funding mechanism of the Partnership Agreement 24-2020. Next slide, please. But if we really want to enhance the sustainability and resilience of tourism in Greece, we should be able to measure thematic forms of tourism, especially the ones that constitute key elements of our strategy on sustainable tourism development. For this reason, we have decided to conduct in-house by the Directorate of Research a survey on two thematic forms of tourism: the mountain as a fair and the yachting. We have identified the lack of data on these specific forms, which are very important for our sustainable tourism development, and these surveys will be conducted periodically, giving us the opportunity to adapt our strategy accordingly based on the findings and the data analysis of these findings. Next slide, please. Furthermore, the Ministry of Tourism of Greece is currently conducting research to explore the profile and travel preferences at the Greek-Australian community, one of the largest minority groups in Australia and one of the country's most vibrant communities. We fully acknowledge the importance of Greek-Australian community for Greece and the Greek tourism economy, as well as the strong ties that bind the Greek diaspora to the homeland. The ministry is exploring how to better meet the tourism needs of the Greek diaspora, as well as possible ways Greek Australians might become ambassadors for the Greek tourism product. Next slide, please. One major problem of the Greek data ecosystem is that the data from various data providers are dispensed, making it quite difficult to come by then and set up an evidence-based policy. So in order to tackle this issue, the ministry, through funding from INDEREN, Mediterranean project, is in the process of a new project assignment entitled Greek Application of Big Data Analysis in Smart Tourism. Next slide, please. The LIFE project, coordinated by the Ministry of Environment and Energy, aims to strengthen the implementation of the national strategy for adaptation to climate change, contributing, among other things, to the development of the national system for monitoring and evaluating Greece's adaptation to climate change. And next slide, please. I would like to thank you once again for giving us the opportunity to show you very briefly a set of key measures taken by the ministry concerning the data ecosystem. We truly believe that through the digital transformation, we keep up with the directions and guidelines given on EU level, aim to create tourism data spaces addressing the needs not only of the policymakers, but of the citizens and entrepreneurs as well. What we always have in mind in the ministry is data innovation through sustainable measurement, and always in accordance with the data privacy regulations. Thank you very much for your interest.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dionysopoulou. It was a pleasure to have you here with us on the Tourism Data Space event, the first series of such events that will happen under the auspices of Gaia-X. I would like to bring to the floor Gaia-X, if we can. Corinne Fege, the CEO of Pedia Tourism. Corinne, the floor is yours. Are you with us at this time? Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vasilia. Hello, everybody. In France, tourism and transport are going together. We are Gaia-X, and Gaia-X is a data space for mobility, transport, and tourism. We are an association which has been created by Air France, KLM, the Marseille Airport, Paris Airport, Amadeus, and the railway SNCF. And Happy Day Tourism is the tourism part of this association. This morning, I'm going to talk to you about the story about this tourism part, Happy Day. This afternoon, you have an intervention. You have Jean-François Cazès, which is the president of Gaia-X, which is going to talk about the roadmap, the common roadmap. Next slide, please. Let me introduce myself. I'm the CNO of Happy Day Tourism. It's a cooperative society, which group 50% of the French tourist office, about 60 destinations, 600 destinations, sorry. And an ecosystem of numeric services like other platform, startup and web agency. The goal of our cooperation is to mutualize the cost of data creation and management. It's a local initiative since 15 years. Our claim is a single data for multiple uses. The creation of data makes cost. The use of data makes the value. That's the reason why we cooperate. What data are we talking about? Tourist data, also called point of interest. We are not talking about tourist profile or personal data or economic data. We are linked with those kind of data, but we don't produce them. How do we achieve our goal is by using a single database for all members and by establishing certain rules to protect the ownership of these common goals. We don't aggregate this information, we produce it together. We share a common good that has achieved agreed value since 15 years that we work together. Any member can use the data they have created, of course, and they can also use the data of the other members if they need to. Sharing data for us is sharing money. What is this data used for? First of all, to build the destination brand, welcome and inform the tourism and residents about the destination, and to federate and organize relationship between local actors. Around 3,100 projects are running on the top of this data. We have 8 million APIs calls per day and 400,000 point of interest gathered together. One tourist office uses the data for 4 to 10 projects. Can we go next, please? Why did we join Gaia-X and what are the benefits? In fact, it's just because we share the ambition and the vision of Gaia-X. It's building a unique and efficient data catalog, and the real-time data is very important. It's because we want to create new standards and national access point with those other actors, that's the transport actor. We think about use cases related to travel condition and tourist need. We are involved, we want to be involved in the data sharing in Europe because we really think this is the future. And of course, to reduce the cost of connecting data and connecting our effort for tourist player, but also for local player. Can we go through, please? What are our challenges as APIDAE and French Tourist Office? Our challenge is really to federate the professionals and the local actor. As I told you before, we are really a local initiative. And this is to keep the economy everywhere in France locally. In fact, to do what? To do so, we have three levels. The first one is to fight against the dispersion. Somebody else before used the word of fragmentation of information due to the proliferation of business platforms locally. When we started 15 years ago, tourist office were the only local digitalized organization. At that time, it was easy for a tourist office to collect the data and the information from resident and professional, and they were gathered around the tourist office. Today, each professional is digitalized, more or less, and has his own platform to manage his activity. So the point is to be able to get the information in real time and to link all this information. But in fact, no, let's first. The second level we have is increase the mutual value of our data by linking and appreciating the different nature of data source. We have only the data from the point of interest, but the value now is to link the data with other kind of data. This is very important to augment and give even more value to our data. This is we can focus on this agreement, and that's the reason why we work with Gaia-X and the other player that are the transport player. The point is, of course, to share this new value fairly and among all the stakeholders. The third element is to make useful and high valued added uses, because for tourism and for professional and the local, this is important, and that is also the reason why we work with EONA together on this use to be emerged, to continue to grow the strength and the strength of our ecosystem. This is the meaning of Gaia-X. So in fact, in conclusion, next, our ambition is really to help to drive the local economy throughout France with the tourist office, the local native, the resident, and the professional by linking all our data. Our strategy is really to multiply the exchange opportunities between those local actors, to provide some means to circulate data and to imagine use case. Each of those local use the data as they want. As I remember you, we have something like 3,000 used around the ecosystem, and each of them are made because each of the professionals imagine they're used. Gaia-X and Gaia-X act as a gas pedal for us in the implementation of this strategy with a consistency with our core value. We really think that having tourism and as well transport and all the other actors together and locally, we are going to make economy, and to make economy locally and economy as well in Europe because 1 + 1 + 1 make some big economy. So thank you for your help. Thank you for your support. And we carry on with all of you to think and to try to imagine tomorrow's world.
Thank you very much, Karen. It was a pleasure having you with us today. Corinne Fege from the PD Tourism 6 SA, Directrice Generale from Gaia-X. I would like to, without further ado, to bring to the floor Peter Zlamalik. I hope I have pronounced your name correctly. The perspective from MasterCard, the Director of Government and Public Services, the advisory business of MasterCard. Peter, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vasilia. Good morning, everybody. Let me introduce briefly. My name is Peter. I'm part of MasterCard Advisors focused on governments and public sector, and I'm primarily focusing on supporting tourism in Europe. It's a pleasure to be here today. Actually, I've seen and heard so many great initiatives and projects, and I'm happy to share with you one example of the cooperation we are running currently with one of our clients. Can I ask you for next slide? Next one, please. Vasily, also next one. Perfect. So I don't see the full picture, you know, of the headlines. Actually, if you can maybe go back, right? Okay, whatever. MasterCard is closely cooperating, you know, with many tourism players and associations, DMOs across the Europe. We've been working with players like OTCP in Paris. We have cooperated with the Ministry of Tourism in Greece. We are working closely with Prague. We used to work with Ministry of Montenegro. We worked in Poland, Georgia, and a couple of others. And one of our clients also sits in beautiful and a little bit cold Sweden, Gothenburg & Co. And that's the project I will be speaking about today. On top of our cooperation with the tourism players across the globe, MasterCard is also a proud member of Gaia-X. We joined the initiative in September 2021, and we are closely supporting Gaia-X's ambition to create open, transparent and secure digital ecosystems where data and services can be made available, collected and securely shared in an environment of trust. We try to contribute to various technical committees of Gaia-X, and also we try to share concrete examples how we are working in the tourism data ecosystem these days. Today, I would like to share with you one of the examples actually we are developing in Gothenburg & Co. Next slide, please. Gothenburg & Co. is very well established and developed DMO based in Sweden, and they have a very ambitious ambition to create joint destination data platform for the visitor industry to help facilitate the post-pandemic recovery and try to help support tourism to grow again. There is a couple of key components I would like to mention at the beginning. What were the key reasons, you know, why the Gothenburg has decided to go for such a platform? First of all, they are aiming to bring together various data linked to the tourism. Then they want to analyze these data sets and then provide decision-making information for particular stakeholders for future investments, initiatives, marketing activities, and similar. The key benefits for the city of Gothenburg are primary support of digital development of visitors industry, also the provision of clear insights and better decision-making support. And also they want to use this kind of a platform, or maybe better the ecosystem, to drive opportunities for stable, sustainable post-pandemic recovery of tourism industry. Some of the critical success factors and components of such a platform are, as I said, data platform in which visitor data is gathered, anonymized, securely segmented and processed, then provide the insights and knowledge on visitors to the city and the visitor of industry stakeholders, and then also provide the right conditions for research, development, innovation, marketing activities, adjustment of the value proposition of the tourism products for various stakeholders. Next slide, please. How we are working together actually to make this happen, right? So primary, we are focused to drive growth and support education of development of tourism sector within the destination. We have a couple of objectives for such a project. First of all, we are aiming to better understand the market, right? What are the current trends in the destination? What are the key tourism flows, key markets, key segments that are coming to the destination? And then very important aspect, what's the tourism behavior? What's the spend? What's the length of stay? What's the frequency of visit? You know, what are the key merchant categories? You know, and similar information that are important for DMO to better target and implement the marketing policies. Second objective is to market maximization of marketing efforts, right? We need to focus on markets and segments actually that are bringing the highest value to the country and to the destination. We also want to leverage these insights, you know, to better approach to the visitors, how to better communicate with them, you know, what are the key reasons why they are traveling to the destination, how to better tailor, you know, the product offerings for the visitors. And also last but not least, you know, it's the optimization of the resources. Another big objective is to increase visitor engagement, extend the stays, and also drive the incremental spend. How to achieve this? You have to enhance the visitor experience, you know. So if you know what exactly, you know, they are expecting in your destination, then you can, you know, better adjust your offerings. You can better prepare your value proposition, and also you can better communicate, you know, this to your visitors. And last but not least, you know, you can then also optimize, you know, the investments for such an achievement, right? Because all budgets are limited actually, and it's always about maximizing the return of investment, you know, of your marketing efforts. Fourth objective is to maximize positive and minimize negative economic, social, and environmental impacts on the destination, but also on local businesses and SMEs. How we are trying to achieve these goals? First of all, we are working to develop cloud-based data platform actually that will be able to provide various data sets and insights. Data will be obtained from multiple data sources, MasterCard, aggregated, anonymized transactional data, data from providers like Google, various data donors. And we want to focus on the whole travel journey. We don't want to focus only on the stay in the destination, but we want to also understand, you know, what's happening before, right? You know, what's this kind of a planning or dreaming phase, you know, looking like, and how we can, you know, better leverage the insights from these, but also what's the kind of a post-journey experience, you know, what people are posting, what they're thinking, you know, about the destination, how did they like, because I always say the next journey starts at the end of the previous one. How we are going to achieve this? We are working to deploy insights to be customized, you know, according to the client needs, you know, on the level of country, region, city. You know, we're working on competing destination benchmarks to really understand how your destination is performing actually, and how your destination is performing also compared, you know, to your competitors. And the key outputs of this platform are really answers to the critical tourism questions. What are the market trends? You know, how we can maximize the marketing expenditures, how we can maximize the return on investment of these expenditures, how we can extend the traveler stay, how we can extend the spend in our destination. To achieve this, as I said, you know, we will provide customer traveler insights, you know, integrated into multiple data sources. Key differential characteristics. Here, we are speaking about granular insights on particular segments. We are speaking about up-to-date data and information from different data sources. We are speaking about the ecosystem of data partners to donate the data and get the insights, you know, from such a platform outside of their own operations. We are also critically focused on sustainable tourism from economic perspective, environmental perspective, and also social perspective. These three components are of a critical importance for the whole working team working on this project. Also, we want to better leverage behavioral spend and the overall behavior at the destination, because when you perfectly know your visitor, then you can prepare your strategy, your value proposition, your products, your communication. Obviously, GDPR compliance is of a crucial importance for us. So everything we're working, is aggregated, anonymized, and fully compliant with all compliance rules and restrictions. And also within this platform, we are aiming to drive new business opportunities. Tourism sector was one of the most impacted by the COVID pandemic. And right now it's up to us to cooperate, to drive together the recovery of such a tourism. And also what we want to drive or try to drive is the stimulation of digi-physical tourism, meaning like how to connect the digital and the real tourism together, how to leverage, this next generation, of travelers actually that are traveling with mobiles in their hands. Can I ask you to jump to the next slide? During our work, actually, we have identified a couple of key archetypes of users of this platform. They are staying both in public and private ecosystem. They have slightly different use cases, needs, and objectives. But there is one common objective across all of these, and that's the sustainable tourism growth and recovery. So on the public side, actually, we are working closely with the DMO on the regional, hopefully later also on the national level, to promote sustainable tourism, to increase visitor stays and spends, to convert these insights into the real visitors coming to the destination. We are aiming to understand the trends, tourism flows across key origin markets, across key segments, and their behavior in terms of spend, length of stay, frequency of their trips, and so on. Another critical partner in this is City Hall, smart cities initiatives, aiming to maximize positive, economic, social, and environmental impact and support of this digital tourism. Also, critical component is the whole transportation industry. I've heard a lot of great initiatives today about merging together transportation and tourism and experience industry. So bus providers, metro providers, train providers, these are the players actually that they can nicely benefit from similar platform as well, aimed to promote sustainable tourism, try to focus and move people from individual cars to mass transit. And also it's about the optimization of the investments for seasonal and in-journey traffic. Last but not least, on the public side, it's about experiences, right? So museum, digital experiences, theaters, all the kind of cultural experiences that you can get within the city. Here, it's mostly about optimization of the investments for seasonal, traffic, and it's also the maximization of the positive economic, social, and environmental impact. That was the public side of the coin. On the private side, actually, we are also working with the transportation, so airlines, car renters, and similar players, and we want to, help them convert, the clients, based on the insights. We are willing to provide, tourism flows, so that they can better tailor their marketing activities. They can better leverage and understand, what are the critical segments. They can maximize the marketing efforts, and also optimize the investments. Then accommodation, very important ecosystem player in the whole journey. Better understanding, for marketing, for increasing, visitor stays and spend, enhancing the visitor experience based on the knowledge, right? Adjusting, bundling of the services, offerings, streamlining the value proposition to meet these objectives. And last but not least, experiences on the private side, restaurants, digital experiences, again, to drive the visitor experience, maximize marketing, minimize investments. That's all from me as of now. Here is my email address. If you're interested to learn more, if you're interested in some further discussions, I'm more than happy to jump on the call and discuss further. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you very much, MasterCard, for being with us today. And we hope we have the chance to engage you in one of our next series this year as well. I would like to bring to the floor our next speaker from WTTC, Maribel Rodriguez, our Senior Vice President, to discuss the European tourism landscape and its digitalization. Maribel, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, pretty
Thank you
clear.
very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The floor is yours, my dear.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me today to Gaia-X and discuss with you a little bit about the European tourism landscape and its digitalization. Thank you for inviting, and acknowledge to Mr. Francesco Bonfiglio, the CEO of Gaia. Thank you for hosting this meeting. First of all, what I would like to tell you is who we are. And if you don't mind, go to the first slide, please. Well, we are the authority of the travel and tourism worldwide. We represent the global travel and tourism private sector for over 30 years. We have been quantifying the impact that our sector has in over 185 countries through our economic research. We like and we talk with one voice in behalf of the travel and tourism sector. If you go next, please. Our members are the CEOs and presidents of over 200 companies. There are over 200 CEOs and chairs from different verticals. What you have in front of you is, an example of where they are, geographically speaking, and by segment. We have airlines, airports, hotels, OTAs, from the most disruptive companies to the most traditional companies, and we speak in behalf of all of them. Our focus, if you go next, is now WTTC. We are focused on the recovery and beyond, of course. It wouldn't be right doing something else. Now, of course, due to COVID-19, we have been playing a very active role, creating a sort of platform where we organize and try to harmonize different countries and the different companies to go and achieve the same goal, which went actually, to have a mobility, a standardized mobility. We're still working on that. It still is not there, but we were the ones leading with examples at the beginning of the pandemic. Our WTTC team is really focused on innovate, diversify, and look into the future challenge and opportunities of our sector. We are looking to work in travel mobility. We are looking to work in sustainable future. And of course, digital transformation is basic for us in every of the different pillars. For example, travel mobility, we talk about biometrics, we talk about visa facilitation, cyber resilience, digital passes. Sustainability, of course, is not only all about environmental, but it's about biodiversity, circularity, destination, the future of the employment and the work, inclusion and diversity, and of course, the transformation, the digital transformation is very important, is the tool to be able to be more sustainable and the tool to even being able to advance when it comes to technology and the future of travel. If you go next, we have been always, as we mentioned before, producing reports, discussing about how important is our sector globally, because we bring, this GDP and this employment to the different countries. We have been doing that over the last 30 years to position our sector. So we produce reports. The report, the Economic Impact Report, for 185 countries and 25 geographies, and we are doing those reports with with Oxford Economics. So they are all bringing a high value to the sector. We are helping the policymakers and investors to make decisions, to decide what is the good for our sector, what do they need to know for being able to keep, putting the efforts in our sector. Our global data showcase that, in 2019, 10.3% of the global economy was because travel and tourism 1 out of 10 jobs, and we were like 333 million jobs globally were because of travel and tourism, but as you know, the pandemic brought us to decrease by half. And even if we increased 21% in 2021, now approaching 2022, we have two couple of scenarios. We're talking today about, getting, an increase of 43% and 13 versus 2019. That is our forecast. And by 2023, we will reach similar levels, and we will be returning towards where we were in 2019. So that's really, important. It's good because, we will be where we were. But, through the pandemic, we faced difficulties and we were facing them. So if you go next, please. Yeah, talking about employment is really important. As mentioned before, 2019, 333 million jobs were created by travel and tourism. We saw a big gap after that, and there is a couple of things very important. Not only that we are not going to be recovering the entire number up to 2023, even though we are increasing steadily, but as well we have another situation that you all know and we are all facing now in Europe, which is a problem with the lacking of personnel and the number of difficulties we are fighting to attract talent and to attract the workforce needed to cope with the volumes of travelers that we are now seeing, according to the growth of our sector is having. So if you go next, please. I'd like to talk a little bit, about, this chart, which is just a little bit of an example of, the contribution that we are expecting to grow by 43% in 2022. And we are expecting to reach, where we were in 2019 over the next few years, because we are doing a forecast in 10 years, is saying that we are going to be growing 5.8%, which is going to be a growth which is above the global economy, which is great. It's very similar and above that we have before. In 2019, the travel and tourism growth was 3.8. So we are going to be exceeding this number. The impact of our industry is really important. And that's why, we need to watch out and see how we are going to be able to attract this talent. For example, in the past, 1 out of 4 new jobs created were because of travel and tourism. And we will be expecting over the next 10 years that is going to create increasing and estimate 126 new jobs. So by 2032, 1 out of 3 new jobs created at a worldwide level are going to be totally related to our sector, which is really impressive. So those are the news. Now going a little bit back to Europe, if you go next, of course, we as Europeans very affected. The economy in 2019 was travel and tourism economy 9%, growing a little bit, because of the decrease of COVID. We reached 6.2 in 2021. And we are, hoping to see this increase over the next few years to get where we were. The country that bounced back better and quicker were Turkey, Greece, Italy, and I wanted to share that with you very soon. We will be releasing the forecast for Europe over the next 10 years, so we could share. But the 2029 levels in jobs won't be reached yet. That is going to be a little bit later. This year will be, by 5% max when it comes to employment. So that's the expected rate. So if you go next. Now we are going to be talking a little bit about why we are today, the importance of the data and the importance of all the information and tourism related information is not needed, is invaluable, is important. We need to measure the importance of what is supposing to the countries the number of tourists. We need to develop more efficient policies at a national and local level. We need to support the decision making for the business and policy makers. So it's why we need the data. As well, we need the data because with our numbers and figures, we are able to collaborate better with the different stakeholders. We need to collaborate to offer answers about relevant topic in our sector, sharing data, sharing knowledge, and that is important not only for the experts but as well for organizations. WTTC, develops reports, studies, and we share the added value that our sector is doing, is counting. We are counting with our members to develop that. So when we are doing a report or a research, we are talking to the different stakeholders, private and public sector, to make sure that this report is going to be totally aligned and coordinated. But of course, the data is really relevant, and more than ever, we need to get an holistic perspective when we look to the economic data. Social and environmental data is vital for all the tourism strategies and policies. That is why we need to always involve the different leaders in our sector. If you go next. And why we do all those research, we do with our members, and we are doing, a lot of different, you can see there some of the examples. We have just launched Trending in Travel, Codes to Resilience, Destination 2030. We do that report about circular economy. You are more than welcome to look at them. We measure the size and the growth of our industry, the contribution to the society, and like that we can plan, and we can make sure that all our reports are totally aligned with the needs. So not only we don't do just those initiatives or reports dedicated to different subjects. We do our report that I was mentioning before, the economic data and the benchmark, which is something that we compare ourselves with other sectors and analyze the impact of our policies. We are taking against other countries, and as well we calculate the jobs, the impact of jobs, even the visa facilitation impact. So that's really, really good. So you have some of course, as I say, those examples of the circular economy. So those are some of the insights on how to lead the circular economy in travel and tourism. We have been doing that with Harvard. The trending, we have done that with Trip.com, discussing and trying to find out what the emerging consumer needs and trends are. So please go and have a look to it. And of course, with the Destination 2030, we have been looking to different, items, more than 33 KPIs for over 60 cities, analyze how are they prepared for sustainability. We are not ranking, you are doing good, you are doing bad. We are just analyzing, and we have a different, you are more like, mature, or you need to just focus on that. Is what we have been doing to try to identify, all those gaps, what to do, where to help. And again, I invite the destinations to look at it. And again, very important, the resilience codes with Microsoft. So all of those, they were done in conjunction with our members. And again, if you go next, please. We have been as well launching a digital travel portal report with our recommendations. This gives a blueprint to governments on how to implement the digital portal that not only will be lasting on being able to be useful for during COVID, but again, for any future health crisis that has been threatening economies. It's important to have, a unique global way and place where you can, share this information and of course, secure using, the technology and blockchain to be able to do that. But it's important to have this data that can be combined with other standards of security and requirements. And, it's something we have been launching. Please have a look, and happy to share that with you. All what we do is to be shared because we want to socialize our efforts with the entire travel and tourism ecosystem. And now, last but not least, I would like to invite you and letting you know that we are doing all our events. We are going to be doing now next week in Puerto Rico, in San Juan, our sustainability and investment event. More than welcome for you to join, or in person, or if you want to do that virtually, we will give you this link. We will discuss about this important subject with leaders from all over the world, specialists in sustainability. We are bringing them to Puerto Rico, and we hope to have an amazing experience and discussion with them. And again, at the end of the next year, if you are next, we're having our Global Summit in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, where you are again more than welcome to join us, and where we hope to again keep discussing the future of our global sector. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and yeah, see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maribel. I would like to bring our next speaker to the floor, please. Dr. Alberto Palomo, Chief Data Officer, Government of Spain, and Chairman of the Governmental Advisory Board. Alberto, you're here with us?
Yes, I am, Vasilia.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you guys see me okay and everything?
Yes, perfect.
Wonderful. So the presentation I really wanted to talk about is trying to bridge the gap between this theoretical framework that I think we all really understand and like about Gaia-X. What's the purpose of Gaia-X? What's the purpose of really boosting the data economy and the sovereign data economy, and how to actually make it happen. What's some of the technologies and architectures behind, and this presentation is somewhere in the middle. I'm not trying to give you a deep dive about the technology behind, but really just a little flavor, a little experience about some of the things we're looking for. As Vasilia mentions, I'm here in my role as Chief Data Officer for the Spanish government, and also as a unit that really tries to bridge that technical knowledge, not just technological, but also about how to really make data sharing a reality. And so the first question everybody asks me is, well, what exactly is a data space? In very simple terms, data spaces can be understood as a place where data sharing takes place. I mean, data sharing is not new. It's been happening for a long time. It happens every day when we send emails. But really, the goal that the European Commission and this, really the governments are trying to achieve is to build and really design and build these structures, that provide security and trust, for voluntary data sharing at scale. And the key word here, the two key words are voluntary and really at scale, because this is really how you boost the data economy. So because it's at scale, you can't really do it in a monolithic or in a centralized manner. So you really have to think of federations. You have the building of ecosystems. So you need these technological and governance mechanisms, to be able to do this. Why? Because data sharing is important for the data economy, but also, and this is equally important, is to guarantee sustainability, to guarantee resilience, to build this framework of technologies and mechanism of organizational aspects that provide us with the ability to sustain our operations. Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. So what are some of the design principles? I mean, none of these, just for the record, I mean, this comes from an OpenDEI, Digital Europe Infrastructure program called Design Principles for Data Spaces, But these are some of the key fundamental principles for building data spaces, what we call data spaces. Well, first and foremost, data sovereignty. We need to enable the capabilities for self-determination of data that we own or that we manage on behalf of somebody else. And this is not just who do I share with, but the conditions of that data sharing. How long, what is it allowed to do? What can happen once I share my data? Equally important, to level the playing field. We're looking to build data spaces that don't have barriers of entry, really, or of exit in a data space. Because of any kind of monopolistic or whether it's natural or not natural situation. Really, the key here is we believe that to gain traction and to really obtain value from this, there needs to be data spaces that belong to everybody and where everybody can actually participate in different ways or shapes. That speaks of the public-private governance at the bottom. All stakeholders should feel represented and engaged, not necessarily in the same manner. I mean, we expect that use cases and data spaces will have specific interest behind, but the idea is that, there shouldn't be a barrier of, what you do in these data spaces and what you're being forced to adopt from the beginning, because otherwise we won't have massive adoption. Really the difficulty and the value here is this federation, this idea of decentralization, and that really you need incentives for that. So it's important that for adoption, every stakeholder feels that their vision is represented and they're obtaining value. And so the final design principle is this really decentralized soft infrastructure. And what do I mean by soft infrastructure? Because this is not just hardware or software. This is also a common set of rules, those governance mechanisms I was speaking of. The typical example I always give is, when you want to travel, you want to have you need roads, but you also need how to drive. That's the soft infrastructure. And so the infrastructure of data spaces that we're dealing with here is really the collection of the different interoperable data spaces that you have, and it's really based on an abstract, on an invisible, capabilities that are really technologically neutral, and that those capabilities fulfill both functional and non-functional requirements. And those requirements are really what makes these data spaces, the findability, the interoperability, portability, security, privacy, trustworthiness. That's really what's behind this design of data spaces. Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. So this is very simple classification model that we work with, and bear in mind, this is as every simple model, we hope it's useful, but we understand this is not the final thing. And we're not really trying to say that, a 4-star type of data space is necessarily better than a 2-star. What we're really trying to classify here is what's the degree of federation in data sharing models. The 1-star would be, when you exchange data bilaterally, with the system integration or just a one time, you're sharing data, but there's not a lot of federation because you need to know each other and you need to identify very clearly, and it doesn't really scale up. So when you go up in the stars, you get to 2 and 3 stars, which are centralized models. These are models that, for example, a 2-star could be a data warehouse or a big data or a lake house, which is a new technology or a new paradigm that is in vogue at the moment. You're exchanging data, but really you have to put all the data in a single node. So there's no federation. If you use a data exchange model, a marketplace, that doesn't necessarily require you to change data. You're basically using the platform to connect to each other. So it's a lot less constrictive in that sense. A 4-star, it's this idea of federated or ecosystem, and I've used that term data mesh, which frankly in the data industry is still not very well understood, but people talk about having autonomous domains, and those domains, everybody knows what other domains there are, and there's a common governance mechanism, and that way you can actually share whatever you're interested in sharing. The 5-star or kind of the utopia, and really where we want to, I don't want to say utopia in the sense of it's not achievable, but we're not there yet. This is what the vision is. It's decentralized models where you have a completely open and liquid, and the key element here is liquidity, ecosystem where you're sharing data online and you don't necessarily know each other ahead of time. If you go to the next slide, I will show you some pictorial representations of this. This is bilateral data sharing. You have a data provider or data consumer, and you might be exchanging metadata, or frankly, you might even just exchange data simply, because you know each other, and so there's no intermediaries, and there's no need to, you could probably have some metadata offline. This is the most simple way. The second star. Can we go to the next? There you go. That's a centralized node. You have a centralized infrastructure, and you are probably sharing metadata. But not necessarily, again, and really you just put in data there, and then different people can exploit it, and this is your typical data lake or lakehouse architecture. The 3 stars on the next slide, it's a data hub or a marketplace, where you have your centralized infrastructure again. But notice you don't necessarily have to put data in the centralized infrastructure to share data among participants. The one on the bottom left, that definitely has data that you're actually sharing data via the hub. That's also a possibility, but you don't have to. You can just say, well, look, I met this organization with I'm sharing data through the hub, and then I'm now exchanging data peer-to-peer, with whatever functionalities of auditability or brokerage are needed. This is a reality right now. There are not many, but there's a few, and there's some European as well players in this space, and this is something that we think of it highly, because it's definitely breaking that need for centralized data. And on the next slide, with the 4-star, here's where we're getting into really interesting things, and really new things, innovative things that are technologically speaking. You have a federated data ecosystem, where now that ecosystem is that oval, that gray oval, that's your data space, for example, and you have a federated network of participants, which they share this, interpretable technology. You might be doing it with open source software, but not necessarily always. And there's this idea of public-private co-governance, where really you're not just exchanging the data itself, but also data services there. On the next slide, with the 5 stars, this is really the ecosystem of ecosystems. This is the ecosystem of data spaces. You have a decentralized network of interoperable data spaces. And you can see there, you can have a data space or an ecosystem operator that connects to another data space operator. And this is really, the idea of where we want to go to. And then on the next slide, this is some of the work that we're pushing from Spain, and that we think it's worth sharing with the community. We're trying to characterize, classify what are the dimensions for data sharing and how to exploit data. And again, this is a simple reference model. Some people could argue certain parts, gray boxes, could be somewhere else, but we understand that to really share a space, you have to understand the business purpose. What is the value you're obtaining? What's the risk you're engaging? What are the data rights? But also you need some norms or some, I don't want to say laws, because a lot of this is really contractual principles, or what are the liabilities I have when I share data. That needs to be considered. What's the governance of sharing data? And a lot of that governance of sharing data goes with the functions of the data space. What services can I find? What's the security and sovereignty functionalities that I can get in? What's the UX experience like? What are the privacy models? As far as data, at the end of the day, these are mechanisms to share and exploit data, but the data itself needs to be of good quality. What's the governance behind? What do you want to do with it? What data science models do you want to build? How do you want to exploit it? What are the key business KPIs that you want to build from that data? And also, equally important, technology. What are the IT architectures? What are some of the infrastructures and building blocks that you're building that? What are the technological and developmental roadmaps? And if things break, as they usually sometimes do, what's the administration and the support level that I have for that? From the operational point of view of data spaces, how do I certify? How do I ensure that this is the way it's supposed to be? What are the service level agreements of those data services? What happens when there's an incident? How do you resolve disputes? What are some of the marketing and financing aspects and tools of my data space? And equally important, and really overarching everything is, what is my mission for this data space? How do I ensure sustainability? What's the purpose? What do I want to drive with this data? A lot of that is really individual to use cases that you're trying to to build, and because data spaces are a collection of use cases, and how do you ensure you have talent and these principles that you have behind? And so one of the things that we're pushing from the National Spain Data Office, if you go to the next slide, is really, how do you map this criteria for data sharing? We understand that not every data sharing activity will involve all of them, and there's still a lot more to look into. When you group data science, there's a lot of things with data science, but the idea is, we want to map those data sharing criteria to specific architectures, and by architectures, I mean those, star data sharing models, please don't take these as meaning that you only have to consider these dimensions when you're looking at, centralized models, this is just an example. If you go to the next slide, we're thinking, well, all right, now if you're looking at other aspects of an ecosystem, of a data space, of a federated collection of people sharing data in a given way, you might have to start looking at certification, because suddenly, you're sharing data with someone that you don't really know very well or trust very well. So you're looking into some of these operational aspects of your data space to be able to really deploy an architecture, that is more federated. And then the last one, it's the last slide is basically the same. We really want to start mapping and building templates that connect these data sharing criteria, which, by the way, they need to come from industry, with these, mechanisms, those data sharing models, which in turn, will determine the technology that you really use, and the operations that that you're really doing to make that data sharing and eventually that data economy. And I believe that's it. If you go to the next slide. Yes, so we have an email there as well. If anybody's interested to discuss some of these aspects, and I hope this was somewhat useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alberto. A wonderful presentation and on time. So that you know, Alberto is also the chairman of the governmental advisory from a Gaia-X perspective. In case of questions, please get back to us, and we will, of course, liaise with Alberto so that we can come back to you. Moving on our next presentation, I would like to bring to the floor our great Amadeus speaker, Vice President Jean-François Casset, to elaborate a bit on the pillars of a tourism data space, setting up the roadmap. Jean-François is the General Counsel on Intangibles, Data Value and R&D of Gaia-X, a presentation that we recently heard more about, and he's focusing on aspects and obviously working groups and related Gaia-X working groups on mobility and transport and tourism data space, and he also the Vice President of that group. Thank you very much, Jean-François. The floor is yours.
Celia, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you so much, Alberto, for a very, very clever and nice presentation that I think was an excellent transition and between, yes, the most, let's say, the most maybe state-orientated needs and the industry that I represent. But I am very humbled by the progress and the fact that such a thought has been done around around data spaces. So it's very interesting. If we can pass to the next slides very quickly. So my point of view here today will be to give you a vision from industry. Amadeus, as you know, I mean, in tourism, nobody really needs, I suppose, to be presented Amadeus, one of the world leaders on transportation in software in the area. And in that, we had to work in the context and momentum of Gaia-X in how the data spaces could be helping and what were the conditions to be able to set up a viable and practical data space. So Karin, our colleague, has done also an excellent presentation putting the perspective from the tourist point of view. And for me, I will try to go into the depths of what is about when you want to create a data space from the industry point of view. First of all, just about the vocabulary. There is this notion of a data space that maybe some players understand it differently than others. Often, authorities see data space as a theoretical global set of data in a given vertical, By the way, it was mentioned by one of the speakers early on that why not consider then the whole set? Why having to divide it on verticals? Because it was mentioned indeed that some verticals are different, but also there is also some divisions that depending on the authority, and this is completely normal and understandable, will try to have a focus, a special focus on that part of the region of the globe and others. The reality is, from an industry point of view, the only data space scope that matters is the world. Data hasn't got borders, and therefore, when you are building a data space, there is no more reasons to put somebody in Europe than to put somebody in Singapore or to put somebody in Canada. If anybody wants to participate to the sharing of data, there is no specific reason. What is important in Europe, and I think that is fantastic, and specifically also addressed by some of the speakers here, is that Europe has always been in the front of defending let's say the owner of the data, so the citizen owner of the data, with the GDPR regulations and so on, and that puts that Europe has got this leadership for sure, that is to set up a kind of worldwide gold standard for the use of this data. But the first thing, when you want to set up a data space, first you have to think about its governance. And it's not an easy thing, because it's to put together people that by essence may be actually competitors. By essence, they have their own projects, they have their own visions, and then suddenly they have to collaborate to set up and to put on new ways of working that will bring productivity for all of them, because that's the key of success from the industry point of view. The key of success is that all the participants, all the members have to be winning something about the creation of this data space. It's easy to say, it's a lot more difficult to actually make it happen. Then actually another thing is to, once you have created a governance, for example, in the case of Gaia-X, through an association, a non-profit association, you have to define a strategy. And in the last 2 years, we have been evolving quite a bit, defending this strategy, because we understood, and notably through inspiration of the Spanish government, for example, that always been very keen in defending, and completely right so, the small companies, for example. The fact of, as all other speakers in today's excellent panel have been explaining about the need of putting together small players with big players, the fact that actually you have to define a system that at the end produce something where, let's say, the smallest hotelier in Sicily, to give an example, can connect to, because it's easy to connect, is low cost, and you get access to a pool of other data providers or data buyers in a very, very easy way. And it shouldn't be a problem that the size and the capacity, the IT capacity of the players. A lot of the panelists today, notably from the different authorities we have heard, put the accent on the importance to be able to digitalize tourism and so on. And actually data space is an excellent way, because it's a way of digitalization without having to have IT on site. Is to digitalize using a system that is produced for the whole. So the strategy brought to the necessity of building use cases, and in the use cases, if there is a learning that we have learned with the time, is that the use cases have to be owned by the members. The data spaces themselves cannot own the members, cannot own the use cases, and in the same way that they don't own the members. Why? Because if you do so, then the data spaces become a kind of competitor to the members, and obviously they are not going to accept that. So you need to accept that the members own the data spaces, that sometimes they keep it confidential, sometimes they will share it with the others, but at the end, the data space is just the ultimate way of connecting companies that will do their business with the data they have to manage. Also then came the necessity to define a technology. I think Alberto Palomo has done an excellent presentation before. He has spoken about, I think, the initiatives and the choices that I think the industry is making as a whole, not only in tourism, as you know, but also in car manufacturing, in other data spaces that may be around. Today, there is a kind of a consensus about using an open architecture called data mesh, and to use an open software that is the Eclipse connector for the time being. As also Alberto mentioned before, there is actually a lot of players proposing different technologies and so on. But if you want to, again, to profit, to create this kind of Wikipedia of data, where instead of having a central dominator platform that everybody actually contributes and makes something more interesting, that the central encyclopedia, thinks what happened with the encyclopedia, who now uses, sometimes yes, but in view of what Wikipedia has managed to do, the big encyclopedias have nearly gone bankrupt. And this is because in data you can do the same thing. If you allow that a system built by the different players that all together bring and create a kind of global puzzles of data, instead of having a central one dominating the whole aspect. Then you need to be known, and you need to do efforts in marketing and communication, and it's far from easy, because also the fact of convincing, it's very difficult in reality, and I think all of us here, we know about this. It's actually very difficult to go and to convince companies to share through a given, let's say, data club or data space, in the sense that everybody is always very afraid that somebody else will do more money than them using their own data. So there is this normal need of control, and takes time. It takes a lot of time and energy to actually convince to create the global ecosystem. You need, obviously, and different panelists have said it before me, you need to make sure that the compliance is very strong. Again, you cannot allow, when you are building these systems, that have to be a model of respects of the data rules in Europe, that I think also are considered a model in a worldwide view. And you need to make sure that the cybersecurity is there, that the trust is there, identification is there, and so on. Last but not least, there must be a finance and business models. Some of the authorities here, and we thank them for that, are putting some public money to actually try to develop all of this. But the reality is only going to fly if at the end the industry, and from the small players to the big ones, can actually find productivity gains out of it. There are the dreams, of course, to sell and to buy data sets, but we know by different studies done that this will only be the minority of the use cases. The big majority of the use cases of data space will be to improve productivity or to improve given KPIs that the authorities will want to see happening. The number one, as we have heard today, is certainly sustainability. If we go to the next slide, we can show an example of what it gives in the story of Gaia-X. As you know, today Gaia-X is the leader of the data space in travel, in tourism and mobility in Europe, with being born in 2021. So it actually, again, is to share with you all that it takes a lot of time to put people together and to build the governance framework that needs to be accepted by the players to create this. Obviously, EONA started with more focus in Spain and France, with Amadeus being one of the creators, with Air France KLM, ADP, Aéroport Marseille Provence, SNCF, and Apidae, as you can see. Apidae also, so as I said, Karine has very well presented to do this. But we did that originally in the Gaia-X momentum. And we have been one of the first one to deliver the first version of the prototype. I know that my colleague Patrick is on the call. He will present later on. But if some people are interested in the prototype, we have been able to show and to prove that the system built on data mesh and the famous Eclipse connector works and put together from data sets the possibility of building a common success. We had to, of course, to look at funding. And the funding is about fighting for having the resources to develop all of this. I have to say that in Gaia-X, we are proud to say that the majority of our resources come from industry. So it means that actually the industry believes on what we do. And we expect it to continue like this, to move in the small step from a small step, but keeping the potentiality of always being attractive to the by business models and so on to the industry. In the next slide, please, and just to finish, I will say that what is now is going on is to develop these production systems to ensure, first of all, that you can take data from the different data sets. And we think in EONA, as very well explained but with Karine, and actually as explained by Peter from MasterCard, that it's key to link mobility, transport, travel, and tourism, but not only. Because in an excellent way, somebody at the beginning of the panel asked the definition of the tourist, and in our view, a tourist is nothing more that the human being that is living somewhere, so very close to what a normal human being can be, living somewhere with let's say two only conditions. This human living person is not living at his normal living place. So she or he had to take a mean of transport to arrive there normally. And secondly, this human living has got a lot of time compared with his normal time at home. He doesn't need to go to work or whatever, so he can spend time in visiting things, in having divertissements and so on. So, but as the fact of this human being living somewhere, you link immediately to health. You link immediately to the lot of needs that we all have, and indeed you add to that the cultural heritage, divertissements, and so on, as explained. We need to develop a catalog to present the available data. And this is the core, the nuclear core of a data space in our view, is this catalog, this inventory that allows to know who is providing what data set and who is asking what data sets. We need to make able to identify the data consumers with controls and smart contracts. We need to build the ecosystem. As I said, we are starting in France and now in Spain, and notably with the work done around tourism, with any solutions and so on. We work on the delivery of the second version of the platform, and we need also to work on the driven new use cases, like for example through the e-corridor use case. We have a list of use cases. I just mentioned this one, just an example of what data spaces can bring, for example, which is the idea to connect the train stations to the airports, to favorize the transfer from train to plane, and also by then to boost the sustainability in the transportation, in the European transportation system. And as you can hear, at least from authorities, sustainability is one of the key KPIs to follow here. That is exactly my time. So thank you for your time, and hopefully you find all of this interesting, and thank you for keeping on this effort to develop all this data space in Europe. Thank you, Vasilia.
All right. Thank you very much for Jean-François and Amadeus' presentation. We really appreciated of their support through all of the data space events, the first series of which began in April of this year. I would like to bring to the floor our next speaker and welcome him, Eric Paul, Chairman of EU Governance. He will talk to us about the regulation perspective and how this is a critical enabler and pillar of the tourism data space. Eric, are you here with us?
Yes, I am.
Hello, hello, hello. Good. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Vasilia. Actually, I don't know if I can thank you, because to have me talk about regulation at 1 p.m. when everybody is a bit hungry may be a bit difficult. But actually, I want to ask you all to bear with me, because the EU data strategy is not just about creating new regulation. It's actually about developing a toolbox that we will be able to use to develop a new approach to data, which has the potential to become a global standard, but also then to create a competitive edge for Europe. So next, please. So you may remember this cover from the Economist in 2007. I won't delve into detail whether it's really, if data is really the new oil or not. There are reasons for which we can say yes, others for which we can say no. But clearly, there's a strong link between the big oil companies, the ExxonMobil, etc., and some of the global platforms which have approaches on the market with the winner takes all, etc., which are quite questionable. So next, please. So Europe came up with the idea that, well, digital technologies are fine, but first and foremost, they need to enrich our lives of us all and respect also our European values. Next, please. So really at the core of this data strategy, we've got trust, which is very important. Trust towards people, towards society, obviously the economy, also the international dimension, not only between member states, but also with partners outside Europe. And there are four keys to this deployment. That's, well, democracy, obviously, excellence, fairness, and enforcement. We have seen with GDPR that it was quite an important factor. Next, please. So we've got this this lasagna. Can I say this for my Italian friends on the call of different regulations? We also have the AI Act, etc., the cloud, etc. But today I just want to concentrate to what is really important to Gaia-X and to our approach, which is the Data Governance Act and the Data Act. Next, please. So here we have Margaret Vestager, who explains really that the Data Governance Act is the first building block to create a fair data-driven economy, and that's very, very critical. Next, please. Before going forward, you'll notice that some of my slide, unlike my usual slide, have quite a lot of text, but that's because we're talking about regulation and law, but the slides will be shared. So don't worry, you don't have to read it all right now. So if we dig into the Data Governance Act, there are really three main points. Facilitate, obviously, data sharing across sectors. It has already been said by a lot of my predecessors and member states. Also create wealth for society, not just financial, but also social, societal. And very important point, to provide control to citizens and trust to companies. Trust so that companies can actually share their data. It's also Margaret Vestager who was comparing data, you know, when people were saying that data is the new oil and the data was gold. Well, actually data, if you keep it in a safe, it has absolutely no value. It starts to have a value, a real value, not a potential value, when you start sharing it. And compared to oil, data can be used and reused. So it's definitely interesting, but it's only interesting if it flows. You see on the bottom of your screen that the amounts that we're talking about are very important, very significant. I guess that's why we're all here today. So the Data Governance Act, so is really to enable us to create those data sharing systems that we aim to build through Gaia-X, through our data spaces, etc. And on the subject, I really want to thank Ivo and Alberto for their very clear overall presentations of the strategy and the data spaces. But basically, to summarize, there are really 5 points. So first of all, to empower us to decide what happens to our data. And who we would like to share those data with. The second one, very important as well for research, but also for other usage, is data altruism. Data altruism, okay, is important, but we need also to have safeguards and rules to ensure that it actually is available for the benefit of the society, not just for the P&L of one specific company. The third one is enable or enhance the reuse of public sector data, because data sharing is not just about creating new business models, creating new services. It's also about creating new public services or new ways to deploy public services. The fourth one is to create new rules on the neutrality to allow data intermediaries to actually do the sharing of data. And the next one is very important, because that's how we as local authorities, national authorities and industry can have a word in all this. It's that the Data Governance Act actually sets up the European Data Innovation Board that will steer governance and standards, as has been said by Ivo. Next, please. So, in terms of pillars of the DGA, well, the first one, when we talk about enabling the reuse of data by public sector body, actually, when you read the text, it actually goes quite deep. The text doesn't go deep in some areas, but in this one it goes deep because it also talks about new technologies. So talking about differential privacy, creation of synthetic data. So we shouldn't see the DGA as okay, a regulation coming up now and imposing itself. No, it's really built for the advances that will come from Gaia-X, IDSA, and all the likes, and all the ecosystem from the industry, from the academics, etc. So to me, that's very, very critical, especially on a global scene. The second one is to license really the data intermediaries and make sure that they are independent and restrict their use of the data. Obviously, this will affect data marketplaces, but it's actually a threat for all the business models which are simply built on the resale of information for advertising purposes. Data altruism, we mentioned it. And there's also another one which is not discussed very often. That's the restriction of the transfers of non-personal data to third countries. So that's a very important one, well, for our citizens, for our companies, but also for the business models that we're going to create. Next, please. So in terms of intermediation, this is the slide I was thinking about when I was saying that there was some reading to do. So on this notion of intermediation, and there are a few interesting points. Is that it actually creates new companies, new entities to share this data. Also, it specifies that they should be working, okay, in commercial relationships for data sharing, but they cannot reuse this in another way, and they have also to be independent from other players. And what's important is that in this DGA, there's actually a mention of the Commission coming up with a logo that would say that, well, a specific provider of the data intermediation is recognized in the Union. This is obviously critical. Article 11, interesting as well, because then it ensures the independence, and also the fact that the service cannot be used for other purposes. And as a conclusion on this intermediation, what's important is that we really have to be aware that it's going to create new types of services, not only because we've got those data intermediaries, but also because, as was explained in one of Alberto's slide, it's going to interlink information not in silos, but across the different verticals. Next, please. So on the Data Innovation Board, well, Data Innovation Board is fairly, how can I put it? Well, basically, each member state will be members. The Commission also data spaces, but it will be, let's say formal. The EDPB will be also part of it. It will have a relay in all member states. Also, there will be a possibility to fine companies who wouldn't implement the rule. But the important point, and this is where we can play a role, is that this European Data Innovation Board will actually have a factory or a think and do tank, or however you want to call it. And that's the Data Space Support Center that will obviously support the different data spaces, etc., but also help identify and generate synergies between the data spaces and build, create or help develop the building blocks. Next, please. So the next one is the Data Act, and the Data Act really puts the focus on people, or on individuals, be they consumers or company, and give them more control about their data, so that we really reach this fair data-driven economy that we've spoken about, and also create a level playing field. That we're not any longer in a winner takes all type of approach, but that there's really a level playing field at both levels for in the tech world, but also in the industry. So for tourism, for us. Next, please. So well, what's important is that it clarifies things, because it actually replaces Database Act, which dates from the 90s. Yes, you heard me well, last century. So clearly there was a necessity to rework this, to remove barriers to access data, clarify also what could be done with data. At the same time, preserve incentives so that companies keep investing in data, but really unlock all this value of data. Also empower the consumers so that they can really decide what is done with their data. But it can be very, very practical as well. To give you an example from the music industry, if you've got Spotify and you've got your playlist, and you say, oh, I'm going to move somewhere else. Well, sorry, but you can't share your playlist from Spotify to, say, Apple Music or whoever. Now with the data strategy and with data sharing, you will be able to do this. You will be able to transfer your data to and between service providers. Next, please. So to summarize, and it's more our vision at a new governance than really the text, but the Data Governance Act is really about setting a regulation framework, governance for all data spaces, but so regulation that gives keys also to make things move forward. So introduce a level playing field and neutrality between the data intermediaries, but also enable a scale-up with the industry, so including the tourism industry, with incumbents, also with newcomers. And here the Data Innovation Board will be important. On the Data Act, it's really the cornerstone to new business models and legal models of data spaces, and also governance aspects here are more focused, and the first framework is really data access. Next, please. So in 1 minute, otherwise Vasilia is going to cut me. What does it mean for us in terms of tourism? Well, as industry players, clearly you can take back control, or partly take back control of your digital distribution channels. Also for smaller and poorly referenced local players, they will be able to access the market. So obviously, one of the objectives of the data spaces is also to regain some of the lost margins, but also to offer a seamless end-to-end user experience, and also create interoperability between cases. That can be bundling with, we mentioned health, the fact that when you travel, you've got your health information with you, etc. Carbon footprint is something that can be managed, and also this will give the ability to really monetize data in a controlled and equitable way, and ultimately create potential new revenue streams for the industry. In terms of travelers, well, it's actually a seamless and enriched experience with a higher degree of personalization. Without your data being known by specific users, you will be able to receive things that are really interesting for you, adapted to the situation, including to the weather. You're somewhere in a city, you're in Budapest on this picture, and it starts to rain, and you had planned a nice excursion out. Well, then 1 or 2 hours in advance, you can be offered other alternative activities to do. And also as users, well, we will have the means of controlling our data circulation, and obviously all this is based on GDPR. In terms of public actors, well, it's a seamless user experience for the citizen, and all the usage of statistics for shared data, etc., and the use of certified state data. One thing that quite amused me is that well, there's a ride-hailing company that is providing a lot of data, and that was going to large cities, saying, "Oh, but we have a lot of cars in your cities, and we are going to sell you the information about your traffic gathered by our cars." And well, quite a few cities started to pay. But guess what? In Los Angeles, the city said, "Well, actually, you give this to us for free. Otherwise, we won't give you a license." So clearly, and obviously, guess what happened? They got the information for free. So with this data space approach, there will be less arm wrestling, but also the two last points is that we will have a much larger scale statistics, and also public actors will be able to improve their territorial approach and create synergies with smaller actors and heritage sites. Well, thank you very much. I'm slightly over time, but it was good.
Thank you. Very nice presentation. Thank you very much, Eric. It's quite difficult to make regulation interesting. I think Eric took us on a big dive in this. And without further ado, would like to bring Emmanuel Mounier, Secretary General of EU Travel Tech, to explain the EU Code of Conduct for Data Sharing in Tourism. We're going into 30 minutes break, and then we are reconvening with chapter 2 at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Vasilia. Having the last slot before the lunch break is always a challenge. So I'll try to do my best to keep it as interesting as possible. I think my presentation is a nice follow-up on the previous one, as the previous one was related to regulation, how EU regulation can enhance data sharing, a kind of a top-down approach. And here I will talk more about a bottom-up approach, where it's about industry players trying to enhance data sharing on their own with some industry initiative. I would like to say already that if I am the Secretary General of EU Travel Tech, so the association representing in Brussels the travel tech industry, with players such as Amadeus, which is one of the sponsors of this association, but also other travel tech players such as Booking, Expedia, online travel agencies, or meta search websites such as Skyscanner. So if I am the Secretary General of this association, I am speaking today on behalf of the drafting committee of this EU Code of Conduct for data sharing in tourism. I will say more later about this drafting committee, but everything I will say is reflecting our discussions and our joint positions at this stage, and not only the position of my association. And it was to this drafting committee that an invitation has been extended for this presentation. So what is this? Why do we have a new code of conduct for data sharing? Why are we working on such a new code of conduct? If we can move to the next slide. First of all, because as already described by Eric in the previous presentation, we believe we need very much to have more data sharing in the tourism sector in Europe. The European tourism sector is a highly complex and interconnected landscape. You will see that in the next slide. You have a very wide variety of players, which very different interests, very different data generated by the activities. You see in this picture where are the EU Travel Tech members. They are at the crux of the data flows between the different players, but they are only a part of the landscape, and you have many more. You have very different kind of data flows, B2B, B2C, B2G, all of them under different formats, and all of them being exchanged with different objectives in mind. So in this highly complex and interconnected landscape, you have clearly a lack of efficient data use. A lot of players could make a better use either of the data they had or of the data they could get from other players. And the question is, why do you have this lack of efficient data use? Why don't we do a better job when it comes to data sharing in tourism? One of the conclusions we came up with the members of the drafting committee is that it was related to a lack of sector-wide principles and governance. And if we could get back to the previous slide. So this lack of sector-wide principles and governance of principles that could be looked at by all stakeholders, all players in the industry, whenever building a relationship, data sharing relationship, has led to unrealized opportunities, because you don't have the necessary trust for data sharing. You don't have data sharing, and all the opportunities that could flow out of those new relationship and of the use of this data are not realized. So this is an area where more could be done, and more could be done thanks to a better governance at sector level. So we have decided to work together and to work on this code of conduct. And if we could move to not to the next slide, but to the one after, we have decided to work on this code of conduct that will set out some principles for any data sharing relationship within the sector. Who is in this drafting committee, which is very much sector-led? You have so the tech industry represented by my association, EU Travel Tech. You also have travel agents represented by ECTA, the cities representing the local authorities, so with Eurocities, and a wider view with the European Travel Commission, which represents all the national tourism organizations across Europe. And in order to have a hint into what is being prepared at EU level and to benefit of the expertise of the European Commission, we have the European Commission as an observer. And Ms. Alabaril, who did a presentation earlier this morning, is actually sitting as an observer for the European Commission in this drafting committee. This drafting committee has started its work last September. If we can move to the next slide. I started its work last September to prepare this code of conduct, and we have already come with a first draft of this code of conduct that we are shared with the European Commission and with the National Tourism Organization through the ETC for their consideration. We have also asked for some already expert input from Commission experts. And now we are continuing the consultation process, sharing this draft with other stakeholders and with other independent experts in order to get their input and to see how to make it even more fit for purpose. It has to be clear that this initiative, the drafting of this code of conduct, is designed for the entire EU tourism ecosystem. So the members of the drafting committee try to represent as many players as possible, but the objective is to get the participation and endorsement of as many players as possible. So do not hesitate after this meeting to get in touch with me. You'll have the presentation and my contact details. If you would like to know more about this initiative and if you would like to be involved, we are trying to reach out to as many organizations as possible in order to get to be as representative as possible. But eventually, the objective is for this code to be endorsed by as many players as possible within the EU tourism ecosystem. If we can move to the next slide. What would you find in this code of conduct? Here is a brief outline. So you have, after an introduction, a clear setting out of what are the goals and objectives of the code of conduct, some clear definitions, which could be shared by the entire sector. It's always important to talk about the same thing when we talk together about one given topic. You have a set of common principles for data sharing that will need to be considered by any stakeholder before getting into a data sharing relationship. I will say more about that. And you have some case studies, toolboxes that could be used by stakeholders, by tourism players to develop further the data sharing relationships. And finally, an overview of the EU regulatory framework in order to know within which framework this code of conduct is fitting in. It's important to already specify, and that's the next slide, that this code of conduct is looking only at voluntary data sharing. So whichever data sharing relationship is mandated by regulation, be it at local, national, or EU level, is not covered by this code of conduct. This code of conduct is there to develop data sharing whenever it is not required already, and whenever additional data sharing could make sense for all parties, but is not being done because of a lack of trust. If we could move to the next slide. So that's what are the general objectives of this code of conduct: to build trust between the relevant parties to facilitate voluntary data sharing. Eric said it in the previous presentation. Trust is always the key issue. You won't share part of your assets because data are also your asset, intangible assets, if you don't have trust in your partner, and if you're not confident that this relationship will always come as a benefit to you and not as a cost. So this is what we're trying to do. But beyond that, this code of conduct also has some longer term objective, I would say, which are very much related to what is being discussed today, to contribute to an EU-wide architecture for data exchange through common principles for tourism stakeholders. So this code of conduct is a pillar on which more can be built. And this additional objective could be the building up of such a European tourism data space as discussed this morning. Finally, there is also an objective related to competition. Data has value. Data can provide a competitive advantage. Data sharing done without looking at the competition aspect can also confer additional competitive advantage both to the data generator and to the data recipients. So those elements have to be taken into account. And the idea of this code of conduct is to give the tools for parties to consider those aspects before getting into a data sharing relationship. So that's really important. Now, what are the specific elements addressed in this code of conduct? First of all, interoperability. You cannot have data sharing without interoperability. So that's a key aspect. But on the other hand, we cannot impose interoperability because standards have been developed by many different parts of the ecosystem. There is no one-size-fits-all approach, and this has to be considered. So the idea is to find the right fit between those two different constraints and to ensure that all actors of a given data sharing relationship aim at facilitating data interoperability. And interoperability is to be understood here in a broad sense. That's technical interoperability, but also legal interoperability, semantic interoperability, talking about the same thing, designating the same objects by the same terms. So that's a broad understanding of interoperability. Data usage rights, a clear definition of who can get access to the data, who can use the data it will receive, in order to give reassurance to the data originator that it will be able to determine who can access and use this data. Once again, it's a key element about building trust, making sure that both parts are comfortable about what will be done with the data and where it will go to. Remuneration, there again, a key aspect. Data as value, that's obvious, and I won't repeat it again. But if data has value, whenever you share data, you should have a right to benefit from sharing this data, or at least be compensated for the use of the data you have generated with all the investment it required. And this remuneration should take place under firm conditions. And there, that's really the framework set out by the European Commission within the Data Act that we are taking into consideration. Liability issues. When you share data, you don't know what will be done with data, and you need to be reassured that your liability will be limited, and that whatever is not of your own action will not, you won't be liable for what you have not any control of. So whatever, so the data sharing contractual relationship should provide clearly liability, who is liable for what. Competition, I was just mentioning it. You need to be sure that this data sharing relationship will not damage or will not further prevent a level playing field among all operators. You have to avoid unfair data advantages, but you also have to avoid free riding, which is players benefiting from the investment of another party. Next slide, please. Privacy. The code of conduct focuses only on non-personal data, because we believe that that's where the more efforts have to be done, and that's where the low-hanging fruits lay. This being said, you can always have some personal data involved, even if you look at non-personal data. There could be de-anonymization of data in certain cases. So whenever personal data is involved, you need to look at existing privacy legislation and not to ignore this key aspect of data sharing. Security. You need to have the highest feasible degree of security. So both aspects are important. The highest feasible degree of security. You have to take into account the overall context. What is the degree of sensitivity of the shared data? What are the possibilities in terms of security? So the objective should be to protect as much as possible against loss, theft, unauthorized access to data, and alteration within the context of this data sharing relationship. Then application of the data limitation principle. And I know I'm being too long. I'll do my best to finish as quickly as possible. Incorporation of the data limitation principle. This is a principle that is well known by all data specialists, which is a key part of the GDPR. You should apply the same principle here. So any agreement should clearly define what is the data covered by the agreement. Should set a clear purpose for the access and use of data. And it's not possible to have access and to use it for any other purpose, and to have a clear time limitation for access and use. That's very important, once again, to reassure both parties of a given relationship. Intellectual property. There should be no infringement of any intellectual property rights through this data sharing relationship. Trademarks, protected designs, copyrights, patents, trade secrets. And finally, quality. You should ensure that the quality of data you share is preserved. The integrity of the data set, its authenticity, its consistency, its accuracy. So there should not be any loss of data quality through this data sharing relationship. And that should be something to look at once concluding the data sharing agreement, and not after having shared the data. So it's quite a long list. Obviously, you will find additional elements, additional specific elements in this code of conduct. But overall, our objective within the drafting committee is to facilitate data sharing, because we believe there is a very strong potential in the European tourism ecosystem, and that's the very objective of the discussion this morning, in having more data sharing. But some simple tools could facilitate trust building between parties, and that's what we are trying to do. it's a first step, but an important one, and there will be much more. And so happy to take part in this discussion today about how to go further. Thanks a lot, Vasilia.
Thank you very much. Appreciative, Emmanuel, for being here with us. We really know that we have like a really, really difficult program and schedule to follow up. So it's extremely important that we've had such an interesting set of speakers, both from the corporate but equally public administrations. We are moving to a 30 minutes lunch break, and then we will move ahead with our chapter 2, beginning with the first panel session on smart destinations from 2 to 2:45, then moving with a second panel discussion on the tourism value chain from 14:45 till 13:30, then moving ahead with technological enablers, and we're concluding our session, this year's session on tourism data spaces by 4:15. Thank you very much to our interesting speakers. Thank you very much also to my team, Cosmina, Thomas, Christoph, and Rob, for supporting the organization of this another important event on tourism data spaces. And we'll see you again by 2 p.m. today, beginning with our first panel session. Thank you very much.